All right, everyone, let's get started. It's just a little bit after 8, and we have our work session here today. So I'm calling the work session to order for the Board of Education, and we're going to get going right into our governance model discussion, and Jim is going to lead us in that. So thank you, Jim.
Thank you, Rebecca, and good morning, everybody. You should find an extra handout at your workstation that says Policy Governance, a 10,000-foot view. I'm just going to kind of try to hit some high points in terms of policy governance, give you a little background on how we ended up here and where we go from here, I guess. I believe policy governance was adopted by the district back in 1999. It was before I joined the board. So it was shortly after Dr. Flowers came to the district. He had been familiar with this model from a district he'd been at prior to coming to Fargo. And prior to us adopting a policy governance model, we really didn't have an operating method that we were using. It was a potpourri of whatever topics a board member decided they wanted to bring to the agenda, and obviously today that's still how most districts operate, especially smaller ones. The strength of policy governance, at least if you read the literature, is that it allows for boards to really determine the direction they want an organization to go and empower whoever they delegate that authority to then accomplish it. And in a school district setting, that's empowering the superintendent. One of the pluses, if you read the literature about policy governance, and certainly Rupak could probably speak to this, is superintendents prefer to operate in a model with policy governance over a hodgepodge because they actually know what the expectation is for them to do their job. And that's really what policy governance is about, is setting expectations for the district in basically 4 big areas. If you look at the handout that I gave you, it talks originally about, something we're all aware of. We always have to remind ourselves, our authority is as a board, not as a board member. I don't possess 1/9 of the authority of this board. I possess none of it. Collectively, when we make a decision, we have the authority as a board. And they call that the one voice principle. And it's really paramount to successful organizations and successful districts that boards recognize that they're not always going to agree on every decision. There may be a minority position. But whatever the decision is that was made and had the majority support, the entire board goes forward supporting, regardless of where their position was. Absent that, you tend to have all kinds of fracturing that begins to happen at the board level, in the organization, and ultimately in the community. So one of the things that, and our policies speak to this, obviously, and I know many of you brought your manual. I apologize. I found mine from 5 years ago. I just didn't find the current one. But all of our policies are under tab 3. And quite frankly, and the entire manual that Anne-Marie put together is very valuable. The only part that applies to you is tab 3. That is our entire work, is policies. We set expectations in 2 different areas. And in the policy governance language, they refer to them as ends and means. Now, we've adopted what I'll call more mainstream language as opposed to calling them ends. We refer to them as results. So we have 7 results that we're hoping to achieve as a school district for our community. So the ends are really our results. And we'll come to those in a moment when we start talking about donuts and how they fit into the morning's discussion. The other types of decisions we make are means. And there are really 3 types of mean decisions that the board makes or has made. Some have to do with governance itself. And we refer to those as our GPs, our governance policies, how we're going to operate and behave as individual board members and collectively as a board or a committee. We also have means that we refer to as executive limitations. These are really the do-nots that our superintendent has to follow. Instead of telling him what to go do, we've decided here are the results we want collectively through board discussion. We've decided how you can achieve them is up to you as long as you do not violate these, which are our executive limitations. If we prescribe how we want it to be accomplished as opposed to using executive limitations, then the superintendent's no longer accountable because we have prescribed for him what means to use to achieve the end results. So we delegate that authority to our superintendent, and then we hold him accountable, and we'll talk about how, and when we get through to the bottom of this outline. So our operational means we call executive limitations. And finally, the fourth area of means that we deal with is the relationship of the board to the superintendent himself or herself. And we refer to those as board superintendent relations. They refer to those as board management delegation means. So slightly different language, but really the same four quadrants. If you look at the policy wheel that's inside the packet that Anne-Marie put together, it looks like this. And this is why I decided to bring donuts today. Now, not all donuts are really donuts, right? Some of them are long, narrow things like Long Johns. That's not a donut. Some of them are Bismarcks. They're solid with filling. That's not a donut either. A donut has a hole in the middle, right? The board's role is to decide the outside of the donut and to stay out of the middle. The middle is really the superintendent's area to play. So we nibble on the outside of the donut all the way till we've gotten all of the part of the donut that we want, and then we turn it over, and the hole in the middle, which is really where all of the magic happens in the school district, is the responsibility of the superintendent. Now, this graph is really kind of fascinating because you'll notice there's a really nice circle on the outside, but then on the inside we got these jagged little spots. That's because as we defined the results, as we decided what the executive limitations were, what our GPs were, what our BSRs were, some required more definition than others. For instance, we have a policy on succession. If the superintendent is not able to perform the duty, who takes over that responsibility? That's a fairly simplistic policy. It doesn't require too many additional limitations to be put in place. Others, when it comes to like the finances of the district, we get rather prescriptive. We talk about what we can have for a fund balance, what you can do for transfers inside a budget without coming to the board for permission. So while we set that outside perimeter of the donut through policy, we define each of them based upon how far we feel we need to make sure we've explained the expectation of that particular policy. And it's that understanding of the policies between the board and the superintendent that becomes critical when we start talking about monitoring reports, and I'll get to those in a moment. Everything on the right-hand side of our donut, the end policies, the executive limitations, is the purview of the superintendent. We've established the policies, we're done on that side completely. That is his or her purview going forward. Everything on the left-hand side is really the purview of the board, our governance policies and our board superintendent relation policies. So we as a board have prescribed some roles for our board president. In the book, they refer to that as the chief governance officer, I believe. CGO, I think, was the title they gave it. The board president doesn't have any additional authority except for what's been granted in policy by the board. In our GPs, we spell out specifically what the president's responsibilities are. And the number one responsibility isn't running our meetings. Clearly, Rebecca does that and does a good job. It's to make sure we are following our policies. And if one of us do not believe we're following our policies under our policy governance model, we need to have that discussion with the president. The president then will address that issue with whoever they need to. Or if the president thinks that we have gotten into the middle of the donut where we're digging into operations in the weeds, it's the president's responsibility to bring us back outside to the policy level that we work in. Policies are really 99% of our responsibility. Boards that use policy governance really have 3 non-delegated outcomes. Just about everything else we have delegated over to our superintendent to take care of. And we will evaluate him, actually in a 2-step process under state law, to measure in our minds whether he is achieving what we as a board through our policies have directed. Our 3 non-delegatable responsibilities are connections to owners. All of us are going to have people in our community come up and visit with us from time to time. Might be through email, might be at the grocery store, might be on the phone, might be at the football game. We obviously also formally engage with our community members on occasion. We have our annual State of the School meeting that obviously we work with the administration and they do the coordination of it, but we're there to hear from the public and to share with the public. So that will always be one of the board's responsibilities, connecting to the taxpayers and the citizens of Fargo. And, you know, if you look through this manual, they talk about owners, that we're responsible to connect to the owners. In a purely technical sense, I guess the owners of our district would be those that pay property taxes in Fargo. But because we serve all of the citizens, whether they're a renter or a homeowner, I really think our owners are the citizens of the Fargo School District, wherever they may live in that map, whether they're paying property tax or not. We have an obligation to run the organization on their behalf. The second non-delegatable responsibility is governance policies. The good news is for all of us, we've got all of these policies already written. They started getting written, I want to say, back in 1999. They're under tab 3 in your manual. Obviously, we tweak them from time to time. We've added things in as we uncovered, oh, we didn't really have a policy on that, we need one. And we review them constantly. If you look back in your packet, I think they gave you a sample GP, and in there is our agenda planning calendar. You might want to just take a peek at that document. It's stapled in on the GP sample policy that's in the packet there. And if you don't have it handy, no big deal. But we look at all of our ELs, all of our GPs, all of our BSRs, and all of our results through the course of the calendar year. Some we monitor more than once. If for whatever reason we decided we'd like more information more regularly on some topics. One thing I want to point out here, and this is kind of a delicate, difficult thing when it comes to our ability to monitor and measure. We have 7 results that we're hoping to achieve as an organization for the citizens of our community. We focus a lot on one of those, academic achievement, right? It may be the easiest to measure. What are we doing with our graduation rate? What are we doing with our AP classes? So we have really easy data to measure that result. But that's just one of 7 results, and we monitor all 7, obviously. And sometimes, because we have 7, there potentially is internal conflict. For instance, if all we were concerned with was academic achievement, the last meeting when we had the co-curricular report, which is one of our results, if we eliminated co-curriculars, took all of those dollars and applied them to help with third grade reading, might we get better third grade reading scores? Yes, but at what cost? Might we have more disengaged high school students because they have no activities to be in? So there's a balance between these results. They are not ranked one as more important than the other. Some are easily measured, others really take a more difficult approach, an anecdotal approach. I think it's tomorrow, I could be wrong, I haven't looked at the agenda, but I think we're going to have a report on school culture at tomorrow's board meeting, which again is another one of our results. And that's a very difficult thing to measure collectively throughout the district, but it's easy to see it in action at an individual building and what they're trying to accomplish to have a better climate and culture for their students. Again, that one isn't more important or less important than academic achievement. It's just one of the 7 results that we have. We do the accountability piece, which is the third non-delegatable responsibility to assure organizational performance. And we do that through what we call monitoring reports, which is really what that calendar is all about. Monitoring reports, to be effective, need to include 2 elements out front. One is the superintendent's interpretation of that policy. And again, if the board and the superintendent do not have the same definition in mind or interpretation of a policy, that's a disconnect that has to be fixed. So when we look at the monitoring report, the first thing we're seeing is our superintendent's interpretation of what that policy that's being monitored means. And then they provide us with their rationale, whether it's data, anecdotal, could be a combination of multiple things. So they're giving us both their interpretation of the policy and then the rationale on why they feel it's been met or not met. And it could be either way, depending upon what we're looking at for a given policy. It's critical for us to remember that when we mark that the superintendent is in compliance or not in compliance, we are referencing that we disagree, if we've marked it not in compliance, with their interpretation of the policy, or we disagree with the rationale they provided. So it's either we agree that you've interpreted it correctly and the data or rationale that you gave us we believe supports your position, or we don't agree with how you view this policy, the rationale isn't supported in our opinion. So we really, when we do our report back and we're filling out that monitoring report, there are really 2 critical things to remember in my opinion. Number 1, do not include comments inside the monitoring document regarding changes to the policy. Changes to the policy is the most important work for the board, but it has nothing to do with an actual monitoring report because we're monitoring based on the current policy, not a proposed change. That's why at the bottom of all of these, we have that block where you can put in a comment for suggested changes. Very, very critical. That is really the board's heavy lifting, is setting those policies, tweaking those policies when we see a need to do it. So we're not supposed to be putting that copy into the body of the report. It goes under the bottom. The second thing we shouldn't be doing on a monitoring report is include negative remarks regarding staff performance. Again, if we're measuring as not in compliance, it's that we're disagreeing with the interpretation of the policy. And just because the superintendent had one interpretation and I had another, doesn't mean theirs is wrong. It means we have a disconnect, and that disconnect has got to be bridged. Now, an individual board member, me, may not agree with the interpretation of the rest of the board and the superintendent. That gets us right back to where we started in this handout. We operate with one voice. So if the majority of the board and the superintendent feel, yes, that is a proper interpretation of the policy, then they probably are in compliance collectively on that particular policy. So when we feel they're not, it's important that we indicate we believe this policy should be interpreted XYZ. We believe, or I believe, the data needed to support this was not provided. So it's questioning the interpretation and questioning whether or not the data or rationale supported the interpretation. Does that make sense? And that is the heavy lifting of the board. Policies and monitoring them is 99% of our work. The last thing I kind of wanted to cover is really what happens on our agenda, because the board's agenda needs to be owned by the board. If you read through the manual, it talked about how that's the responsibility of the chief governance officer. That's not the case for Fargo Public Schools. Under our policies, we created the governance committee, and we gave them the delegated authority to put the agenda together, working with both the president of the board and the superintendent. So our agenda comes together through a process, and we can all submit things to the governance to be put onto the agenda. It's critical to remember, though, and it took me a long time to understand this, and sometimes I think we stray from this to begin with. There are only 3 things that should ever show up on the business section of our agenda. The business section of our agenda should be the smallest part, quite frankly. What are those 3 things? Number 1, discussion and possible adoption of new or revised board policies. That is our primary work. So if we want to rewrite an EL, if we decide we need a different GP, or we need to modify one of our GPs, that would be an agenda item that should be under the business section for the board to have discussion on it. Now keep in mind, a lot of times we may have minor word changes in a GP, just to clean up language. Oftentimes we'll just put that on the consent agenda. But if we're going to be adopting a new policy or make a significant revision to an existing policy, that needs to be in the board's business section of our agenda. The second type of item that can be on the business section are items that require board action through our policies or through legislative mandates. We are required under state law in North Dakota to formally adopt a budget. Technically, it's the superintendent's budget. It's really not ours. We set policy on what we want our budget to look like, and then we turn it over to our superintendent and their team, which in this case is working with Jackie, our business manager, all of the departments, all of the building administrators, to craft what they believe is the best operational budget for the coming year. So board action on policies, board action on legislative mandates. The third area, and this is one that doesn't occur that often, but certainly is available to the superintendent. There may be operational items that normally are not in our purview. They've really ended up on the right-hand side of our donut, and they are owned and accountable through the superintendent back up to the board. There are occasions where a superintendent may wish for some guidance from the board on an operational issue, whatever it might be. And they have the latitude to request that to be put on the business section of an agenda as well. If it doesn't fit one of these 3 categories, I'm not sure why we are looking at it as an actionable item. If it doesn't have to do with policies, which is what we deal with, if it isn't a request from our superintendent for some feedback from the board, and it isn't required by government mandate, it has no business being on our agenda. It most likely is an operational item that should be on the superintendent's desk to take care of. So that's my 10,000-foot overview, and certainly throw it open to a conversation, discussion, or questions. I read both these manuals. I'm sure both of you did. This one is kind of like the Bible. The other one, which is keeping us on track, is a good read, but really didn't give us much meat on the matter. But this one, you might want to keep handy going forward. And I can't stress enough, go through section 3 in that manual, page by page, and you've got our entire donut and our entire world of responsibility laid out.
Thank you, Jim. Yeah, I think that this, the red one would have been really handy in the late 1990s when the board was starting to do this work, because it talks about the process that the board needs to go through to adopt it and develop policies and that kind of a thing. But it was a good read because it gave, for me, it gave me insight into the kind of work that the board would have to do to switch over from one so-called model to another, and just kind of like Jim was telling me earlier too about just the challenges of starting to work to adopt it, because it's just switching from one system to another. And the reason why we're having the discussion today is because we're still having challenges. But that's just because we need to, always learn and review and discuss, and that was touched on in here as well. So I wanted to point out, and then open it up for obviously conversation, but wanted to point out too that there's an example, the monitoring report, this EL3 monitoring report, and then the GP monitoring document. So this both of these touch on what Jim was talking about in terms of how to monitor the documents effectively. And governance met, it wasn't at the last governance committee meeting, I don't think, maybe a couple before, where we made some changes to these documents, talking about giving some more direction specifically regarding how to fill out the documents, really basically what Jim was talking about in terms of our thought process in terms of helping to guide us to fill out these documents. So I wanted to see if there were any questions on this, if it makes sense to you all, or because the plan would be that we would move forward with these documents, this kind of verbiage on all of our monitoring documents. David.
I've got a question on the monitoring reports, and I thank you, Jim. You did a very good job of explaining this, and that Blue Book was really helpful. But as I'm going through this monitoring report and listening to what you're saying, I'm kind of wondering, how do we acknowledge what I'll call the minority report? If you disagree, if you feel that if your interpretation is such that you can't mark it in compliance, what do we do with these things? We put them in the consent agenda, they're in the circular file, and we're done with them. How do you get acknowledged as a board member? How does the opinion of a board member get acknowledged if you're not in the majority?
Well, first of all, it gets acknowledged because hopefully everybody read the document prior to coming to the meeting. But it really, past that, doesn't get acknowledged. It comes back to that one voice. If the majority of the board felt the interpretation by the superintendent was appropriate to the policy, then that is the position of the board. Individually, I may disagree with that, and I will have explained why I interpreted it differently. I don't agree with the interpretation that RUPOC gave us, or I don't agree with the data and rationale that he gave us, and I'll explain why. But quite frankly, if the other 8 of you said in compliance on it, it really should not be going anywhere else, because collectively the board has one voice based on the majority position of the board.
Similarly to if anything else we're voting on, anything on the business agenda, the result of that vote is the decision of the board and is the voice of the board. Jennifer Rupak?
Thank you. So just to add on to that, because it talks about that, in in these books. And so to your point, Jim, you're not saying that the board member cannot write those comments on there. You are saying they should write their comments on there. Because even in here, it does say policy governance does not restrict a board member from even, stating their opinions before or after if they disagree, but that they have accepted, the board has voted. Does not mean that they need to be silent on the matter. So just for clarification on that.
Yeah, I would suggest we ought not be silent.
Yeah.
We wouldn't be doing our individual, because that's how we get to the work of the whole body, is by all of us sharing how we feel, our opinions on the matter. Rupak?
I would wholeheartedly agree. Please don't be silent. I mean, that's the only way we get better too. If there's a different data set that's needed or something that we want to share. I will tell you that since I started in my role here, and EL reports, and I'm used to the governance structure with policy governance, and the EL reports are rolling around. Our process as a cabinet team, which everyone contributes, was to look at what have been the indicators for these reports in the past that the board has seen as reasonable interpretations, and then we obviously use the same indicators and then to determine whether we're compliant or not. Because in the past, we've been told the majority of the board, this is a reasonable interpretation. Also, there's been times where board members have called me and said, hey, I'm filling out a monitoring report. Tell me your interpretation here, or I would like to see a data set here. And those have been probably the few times where we've added them too. So even if you're of a minority vote or you want to see something different, doesn't mean you can't pick up the phone or email myself or any member of the administrative team during that process and say, can you provide more context? And we can provide that data as well.
Robin?
This was a very good review for me. Thank you I've got a whole bunch of highlights in my books, but I think you hit on the key word there, reasonable interpretation. Either we feel you are compliant because you have reasonably interpreted the policy, or you have not reasonably interpreted the policy. So I think reasonable is a good word. As far as agendas go, something else that stuck out for me were required approvals, which you spoke to, and then business items. Would it make our agendas too complex to have required approvals? Or is it necessary, or is it even worth discussing? Because we've got our business items, and they could be required approvals, A, and then B, one of the other approvals.
Do you mean just to further clarify why it's on the business agenda?
Well, yeah, I think after Jim's explanation, it's pretty clear what should be on the business section. It's neat, just a thought. A lot of people don't realize some of the things that we must approve, such as a preliminary budget must be approved by state statute. It's just not something that we do for kicks and giggles.
Most of our work, I don't think any of our work is, right?
No.
But, so I feel like what you're maybe saying is, even though we might understand that, it could also help communicate to the public more clearly why something is on our agenda, or maybe even why something isn't on our agenda on the business end. What are thoughts of the rest of you?
I guess anything that makes us more transparent, that's not a huge burden on anyone that needs to prepare this, then I would be all for it, yeah.
Jim?
Excuse me, in one sense, I kind of like the idea. I mean, there, again, would be three ways we'd label them. This is on the agenda because it's mandated by our policies. This is on the agenda because it's mandated by legislative action, or this is on the agenda at the request of the administration. And if we get something that we're going to try to put on the agenda and we can't put one of those three on it, then I would tell you it probably should be a staff report that doesn't require board action because it's outside of the purview of policy governance. So it wouldn't be a bad idea just to make sure we understand what are we supposed to be taking business action on.
So when we have those discussions too at governance, it might help guide us a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
there are a variety of requests that, well, sometimes board members might receive a request for something to be put on an agenda, and that gets elevated to governance, and it would help vet that. Rupak
So
and Jennifer?
if this conversation continues, then my question, the guidance I would seek from the board would be, if the superintendent or any member of administration is being lobbied by a board member to put something on the agenda that's operational because they want to, is the superintendent only to do that because if they feel that that's coming from the majority of the board, or because it puts the superintendent in a precarious situation, especially, which is what policy governance is trying to protect against, right? We make, as board members, you make very controversial decisions that have a significant impact. And if we say, okay, this doesn't fall on the board purview, but I get a phone call from board member Y that says, hey, I think you should put this on the board agenda. I think it's in my purview. What do? I can't do a walking meeting and call 8 other board members to see if there's a majority or not.
Jennifer?
So I think we have to be cautious here because ultimately, policy governance is even saying we are responsible for operational means. We just don't dictate, like Jim said. We don't tell the superintendent how to do his job, but we are responsible for holding him accountable to do his job. And that means everything. That doesn't mean just a certain category. And so I think that we ought to be careful in limiting what can or cannot be suggested for a committee to review, if I'm understanding what you're suggesting. If it can only be on certain topics, I get a little,
I don't think we're talking about committee work right now. We're talking about agendas for our regular board meetings.
and you're saying that what shouldn't be on there, what are you proposing should not be on there that is on there currently?
Well, going back to the 3 areas that Jim referenced, and Jim, you could reiterate those again? And basically what we're saying is that if an item doesn't fall within one of those 3 categories, it doesn't qualify for business.
Yeah, and in answer to your question, I don't think there's anything on our agenda that wouldn't be there going forward. It's that business items really should come through one of 3 funnels, I guess I'll call them. Either it's a policy-related thing, we want to retweak or add a new EL, we're going to put in a new GP. Results are a whole lot bigger animal that require some heavy discussion if we're going to start changing a result. But they do get tweaked and changed from time to time too. So we have these items on our agenda already. We just don't label them as such, but they're there for us to take action on because they're the policies that the board is in charge of. And whether it's a BSR, a GP, an EL, or a result, all 4 quadrants are the board's ownership. The second category would be legislative mandated or policies that we've put in place. For instance, the board has to approve the budget. We have to negotiate with teachers under state law. Those are mandated things, and they'll come into the business section when we're getting ready to approve a teacher's contract. Those of you that are new to the board, we don't approve an administrator's salary, with the exception of the superintendent. We don't approve what a food service worker is going to get paid. That is the middle of the donut that is owned by the superintendent, right? And we wouldn't approve teacher pay except for that it's mandated in state law, which is why we do, right? And then the third category would be if there's an operational item that the superintendent wants feedback on, wants direction, wants guidance, they have the right to request that through governance. Getting to your question, Rupak, and I think our BSRs really lay this out, you certainly have the right, if I request, I'd like to see some more data on why we're continuing to support gymnastics as a co-curricular activity. I could make that request to you. You could choose to either give me the data, you could choose to ignore it, or you could choose to say, I think I want this on the board agenda for discussion. But that is truly your purview to decide until the board collectively tells you, we want to report an explanation on why we should continue to do gymnastics. And for anybody listening, I love gymnastics. It could have been speech and debate. I'm just using it as an example. You know, really, I think just about everything that gets in our business section today fits in one of those three categories. And I don't care if we label them on the agenda. I think it's important for the governance committee to be thinking, okay, here are the three things. What are we putting on this agenda in November? And if it isn't gonna fit, and keep in mind, policies is section 3 in your manual. That's pretty broad. A lot of things fall into that. But if we can't figure out why doesn't this fit in one of those three, then it probably really isn't a board business item. It may be informational and the board may still need it. You know, we probably spend more time at board meetings getting staff reports than we do making actual decisions. And that's because it's that staff report that gives us either numerical data or anecdotal data towards our results or towards one of our programs. So we have knowledge about what's being accomplished, what's going on inside that donut hole. And we may have that ourselves already from just being involved, maybe through our children or through our liaison assignment. But it gives the entire board an opportunity to see what's going on in some of the operational areas. And that really is probably the bulk of our board meeting, because quite frankly, once our policies are established, there shouldn't have to be a lot of decisions going on. It's more getting information, looking at our monitoring reports, and then if it's something that requires board action, it'll be a business item. So I don't think it would take anything off that's currently there at all, Jennifer.
Okay, so I wanted to add something into this discussion because we're talking about would we want to further delineate items on our business agenda. So there could be that. If we don't do that, it's clearly something that we need to make sure that the governance committee keeps in mind, and that should just be like our discussion as we go through, in my mind, our meetings, right? And our agenda planners. But is there anything potentially policy-wise that we might want to take a look at to make sure that exactly what we're discussing here is referred to in words in policy? That could be something that governance, I suppose, could take a look at. Just to make sure that we're officially touching on it and reinforcing it. Does that make sense? Okay, so Rupak, do you feel like your question was answered?
Yeah, I had another comment.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
It's not related to any policy language, it's just capitalizing on something Jim said, and this is more just kind of an anecdotal comment. The superintendent for Jamestown and I, last year, we presented on governance to an aspiring superintendent's academy, and one of the things that they did, and I'm not saying, we don't need to do any language change, but just as a mindset, because staff reports are so heavy and they're so important, they changed their term on their board meeting from staff reports to board education, because staff do a lot of work in prepare to the school board. And the purpose of those staff reports are to provide you with an insight of what's happening, and then we refer to those staff reports to monitor our strategic plan or our operational plan, or even in our EL monitoring reports as well. Sometimes we'll have like a 20-30-minute staff report with 4 or 5 questions from the school board. And that is an opportunity that administration has created structurally to provide greater context of what's happening. So maybe use it from the mindset of this is board education, because it does tie back later to your ability to monitor EL reports. And I think there's a good avenue to do that.
Well, that ties into, those are examples, as Jim, you said earlier, those are examples of some of our results. So I also wonder, would we want to utilize that word? You were suggesting board education, but would we want to tie results in? When I'm filling out the monitoring documents, I think back to a variety of the staff reports that we have received. And I refer to the information in those reports as indicators of our results and how we're doing, and that helps guide me in filling out my document. Would that help? I mean, they're not just, everything that is on our agenda, everything that we're doing at every board meeting ought to be with purpose, right? And we're all busy. Do we want to make sure that, would it help guide us in terms of, like I'm talking about, with filling out our reports? Because it's not just there, just FYI. It's really, it's there for, I see it as, it's a greater purpose. If we're requesting this information, and if we're asking for administration to put their time into preparing this information for us, we better really be utilizing it for a greater purpose. Robin and Jennifer?
I know Tracy had her hand up too, but on this topic, semantics are important. I can say, there is nothing more frustrating than putting all the work into a staff report that nobody's interested in. It's really hard on the psyche of administration. I love the term board education, because then the mindset of the people presenting to us, it's informative. It's not a check this staff report off my list this time of year. I like that. And then going back to the other agenda items, I'm not sure if we need to delineate, but maybe with each item that's on there, tie them back to one of those instead of having separate sections. But I think that's minor in the larger set of discussion.
Jennifer and then Tracy.
Okay, thank you. So just so that I don't forget, I believe that there were many references throughout these books in terms of, I think there's more in the series, clearly, specific to around maybe agenda writing or policies or things like that. And so perhaps this conversation around delineating or how we would do it under a business section could be something that we make as a goal. I'm trying to use a different word because they don't use goals in board language, of the board to say, okay, we're going to commit to this. Let's, moving forward, work towards that. So that would be my point about that. But then back to what Rebecca and Jim and even Rupak, when you talk about board reports and staff reports and their inclusion, they include data or anecdotal reports or whatever that measurement is, it's tied to the strategic report, right? These are the results, right, that you're saying to the board, here's what we're accomplishing. So can those particular data sets be included in a results policy from a board's perspective to say, this is one way to provide clarity. This is what we're looking for, whether it's just a growth, whatever that reasonable measurement is that you have determined. Now it's in policy, because even these books talk about the need for these long reports, right? Or the desire or the general practice of them. But one way to the suggestion is under policy governance that you just put it in your report, so in your monitoring report. Does that make sense? Versus having even now I feel there's value in that, so that's why I'm like looking for how do I describe, basically pull out what they were saying versus what. I'm not saying that I agree with eliminating them, but does anyone remember reading that part in this book? Yes. So I guess that's where I see a link or maybe an opportunity where here could provide some clarity moving forward in monitoring reports. Yes.
Thoughts? Rupak?
I mean, we'll be happy to do what the board wants to do. I mean, the process would be no different, right? We have our department leads or cabinets, and they normally have a PowerPoint or a presentation with some of the data points that resolve around the indicator. We would have to put that into a formalized report document, and then that would be submitted for the board to review. Administration will be happy to do whatever direction the board, how they want results reported to them. I think there's value in having the individuals that are leading that department. Sometimes you'll see them bring students, you'll see them do some of those other things, because they can answer those questions directly versus having to funnel it up to a cabinet member through a written report to provide to the board. But however the board wants the results, I mean, we are happy to share that.
I do find value in that. I don't mean for that to go away. I am just saying to take that information and put it then, so in your report, you're not filing back through or looking back through a staff report to fill out your monitoring. You know, it's right there. The indicator is right there. It becomes more clear, you know, whether it's for us filling it out or future, it's just, it's there. It's
So
clear.
would
for-
it be different than what we have already as our strategic plan dashboard?
Well, yes, because it'd be in the policy. Well, in the monitoring report set as an expectation, you know, because this is what we're monitoring, right? Your results policies. So it would say in there, those,
So
it would
I-
basically combine,
So
right?
I think that's where the delineation is, and that's what probably where governance had to fall in, because you monitor the executive limitations. Does that means as a superintendent, step outside of what you told them not to do. That's what you're monitoring, and then results are separate.
Right.
So we can't integrate the two, but are you asking for a separate set of result documents?
No, within your results documents that you have, right, in your policies, can they articulate what is, so under student achievement and growth, okay, what does that mean? What does that look like, right? We get a report on that, you give us certain indicators that you monitor or you follow, but our policy doesn't state those things, right? So if they did, it would become clear what we were monitoring and whether or not we were making progress towards whatever that goal is. Does that make sense? Whatever the ends are.
Is there anyone else here that has any feedback
Tracy.
on this?
Was that what you were
I-
going to talk about?
Right. I think I'm having a little bit of a tough time following it too. I want to make sure that regarding the conversation on the EL document, that we understand the purpose of monitoring this document, and that we're talking about, do we agree with the superintendent's interpretation of the policy? And do we agree that the data and the rationale that the superintendent used is appropriate? And so that's when we're doing ELs. Does everyone understand that? Because if we don't understand that, we're going to have lots of problems. And then the part where we are involved additionally, but it's really outside of the monitoring of that report, is where we're able to include, and that's why it's separated out, where we're able to include our own thoughts on possible policy changes. And so we're also going to be charged now to not just, oh, I think, we should say something about this in the policy. We're charged to not be vague. So if we have a suggestion, we're charged to draft that suggestion, draft the statement, redline it, add new language. It might not be perfect, but there needs to be something more to help guide governance as it reviews these suggestions. Because not everyone that serves on governance is a person that might make a policy change suggestion. And so it will help us work with, better understand what's being asked, and it will help get us started on something more concrete. So no more we can't take just suggestions. We have to have something more concrete in terms of a real policy change. Does that make sense? Okay, and let's see here. And does it also make sense, and is everyone clear, there are two ways that that we can rate: compliant, not compliant. So there aren't other options. That's in our directions here. So we can't rate something on this document, these types of documents, we can't rate partial compliance. Is that understood?
could be making gains towards towards compliance, so I don't understand how it can't be, why you'd want to take partial away.
Well, we had that discussion at governance most recently, and that was, or a couple of meetings ago, and that was the decision at that meeting. Also, it's overall in terms of our interpretation of the superintendent's interpretation of the policy and the data and the rationale supporting the policy. So it's either, it's one or the other. It's not in the middle. If you're not in compliant, if you're not compliant, then we have to be working towards changes, obviously, as well, and improvement, and better clarification and understanding. Does anyone else have any feedback or additional thoughts to help guide this?
I would just suggest making it, if it's not a binary choice, then it's kind of hard to have it be a decision one way or another on the board that we all get behind. If you have multiple choices other than something just yes or no, that makes that kind of difficult for us to say, okay, 5 out of us say we're in compliance and 4 out of us say we're not. Now we all agree as a board that the superintendent is in compliance. But if you have 3 that say non-compliance and 3 that say partial compliance and 3 that say compliant, then how do we all get behind one decision when we can't decipher that it's one way or the other? That'd be my suggestion on it, I guess.
I think that's a good explanation. The word that I would use then is, it gets pretty squishy. The superintendent really wouldn't know, is he or she, where is he or she? In the middle. And that's not really a decision by of the board. David?
Isn't it kind of like, well, are you pregnant or not? Well, partially. I mean, there is no third choice. I mean, if you're partially compliant, that means you don't agree with something, so you're not compliant.
Yeah. Thank you, David. Is that an analogy I hadn't thought of? Well, we'll be on break in 1 second, depending on. Where's the other,
Can I ask you a
you
question?
don't know where this is.
about
Where's
that?
the other document that I plan to refer
That's
to for
funny.
our homework? Tracy? Are you still trying to raise your hand? You need to, oh, thank you. You
I'm
need
still
to,
trying to defend gymnastics. No, I'm just kidding. I just have a clarifying question. We kind of got in the weeds there a little bit, but just, I found reading these books and doing the research, thank you, Jim, for this. It was so enlightening. I feel like I understand when we're talking about the 3 types of decisions that would be on our agenda. I understand the first 2 really well, like board policies and legislative directives. I was looking for clarification around the third. Maybe Jim or Rupak could provide an example of some operational item that the board would give guidance and how that's different from these staff reports, or is that something we vote on? I don't think that's happened on my time on the board, so I'm just curious, because that seems like a big one. Yes.
I'll give you several. Guided Practice Center. Some of the agenda items that we're going to be discussing later today in a work session are operational items, but they can tie into a board decision on budget. You know, Jim talked about the authority of the budget and how that can be utilized. A lot of experience, I'll talk about this when we come back from the break and go into the budget piece. But the board members, one of their biggest challenges is balancing their goal, the results that they want in the organization versus the experience, right? Because education is both, we're trying to get to achievement, but you're also trying to provide an experience for students. And sometimes your resources conflict with one another. So some of the work items that we're going to talk about today would be operational things that I would bring to the board because you're members of this community and it could significantly change the culture of Fargo Public Schools if administration were to unilaterally make a decision. So those are just some of the things that we would bring to the board.
Jim?
From my perspective, Tracy, not going to happen all that often, but it's really a tool for the superintendent when he realizes, boy, this is a big operational issue, I want some board feedback. So it's not something I would expect to see too frequently on an agenda.
Okay, and then are we guided to go back and look at our policies, or is it like we just directly respond to him? It just seems like this third piece was not in the research we did. So I'm just wanting clarification.
Sometimes it could lead to the board deciding, boy, maybe we do need to craft a policy. Other times it may be just simply, he's looking for community feedback and we represent the community as the board. So it could be either of those. Sometimes the superintendent may recognize, hey, here's a blind spot. None of the policies that the board has given me to operate even address this, but now I'm dealing with it because something's changed in the environment, whatever it might be. So it's just it's a flexibility tool that allows the superintendent to come to the board for feedback or guidance if they feel they need it.
Tracy, per my executive limitations, I am to report also to the board whenever I think something is going to be deemed as a controversial decision or will solicit a lot of feedback from stakeholders. So this could be one of those other tools for that. Obviously, the project itself and the scope of the construction falls under the board's purview, but even discussing the Explorer Academy or whether the district wants to explore a project such as that, it's a set of services that legally we should provide, but we don't have. Those are the type of things that I could see myself bringing to the board to have a discussion on.
Brian.
Pardon me if I have missed something, but Title IX this summer was new, and the administration probably had to attend the training and things like that. How did that, have we acted on that as a board to get the new, was it 22-page policy implemented into our manuals?
Sure. I could just answer that question real quick. So at our upcoming board meeting, you're going to get an update of all the administrative policies that we worked on this year. We've done one Title IX policy update to be in compliance. As you know, there was a deadline that we had to update it by. But then we're also working with a law firm to go and do even more details, so there's going to be a subsequent follow-up policy update as well that's more detailed.
Both of those have been accomplished, so they
there we
are
go.
within the administrative policy updates that are included in your board memo for tomorrow.
So the policy has been updated twice to be in compliance, yeah.
Jennifer.
Okay, so I have a question. Again, around really, there wasn't anything in these documents and all of that I've read about governance and seen other models of governance. People monitor or use different words, whether it's in compliance, out of compliance, or making progress towards. And I completely appreciate and understand both of your points. But then the question that's left in my mind is how do you show or recognize opportunities for growth? Because you're basically saying we're achieving it all, right? By saying in compliance, at least in my mind. And so I guess to me, it would make more sense overall to say we're in compliance, or we're, instead of saying we're in compliance, saying we're making progress towards. So yes, we're not out of compliance, but we're working towards, and then, or with exceptions, we're in compliance with exceptions, whatever that might be. Because, for example, student achievement, you can't say that we're in compliance in every single category of student achievement, because we're not. And yet our monitoring reports say we are.
Robin.
That goes back to Jim's explanation on, is this a reasonable interpretation? Period. So we were either agreeing that the superintendent has reasonably interpreted the policy, compliant or not in compliant.
So then how would you do that with student achievement? What's a reasonable interpretation of student achievement?
Go ahead, Jim.
This is helpful.
Just to be clear, results are a different animal than the other three quadrants.
But
We don't really measure our results as in compliant or not compliant. We instead have the reports that come to us through staff reports and the dashboard, which is really monitoring our work towards the results. And that is a constant growth until the day happens where every Fargo Public School student graduates and gets a 36 on the ACT. There's always room to improve, okay? But when we're measuring ELs, you're either compliant on the EL or you're not compliant on the EL. So results are a different animal, and we don't measure those as in compliance or not compliance.
But ELs also touch on those subjects like culture or student achievement. They say shall not fail too, right? And then there's not a data set necessarily that's referred to. We're allowing reasonable interpretation to be vague, right? And so I guess that's what I'm saying. I don't know how we can say completely 100% in compliance then.
And it is sometimes vague. And interpretation. That's what we're talking about, is that what do we agree individually and then collectively as a whole in terms of how these ELs are being interpreted? So we aren't monitoring the results. But we have, as we've talked about before, for example, all the staff reports, or if we change that to call board education or whatever, we have a lot of results. We have results that are being delivered to us. We learn about results all the time at basically every board meeting. We learn about a variety of results that are happening in the school district. And if we don't receive a verbal report, we have the dashboard or other sources to refer to. But we're not necessarily monitoring those. We're not. Rupak.
And I think, Jennifer, with student achievement, I think you're looking for kind of some binary measures on how we get there. I think it's important, especially for some of the new board members, to know that in 2015, when the district created their strategic plan, this board had decided to align the results in the board governance policies with all 7 components of the strategic plan, which includes a wide variety of different results within the organization, not just student achievement, because of the fact that we know that a variety of things. One is that sometimes our resources are conflicted between the 2 direct things that we may want, and then there's a wide variety of factors that impact student achievement. Obviously, student achievement is the end goal, and we know that. That's what every educator strives to do as well. But like to Jim's point, achievement isn't just a status at one point in time. In fact, our shift to standards-based instruction is because we recognize that achievement is continuous and it's in a spectrum, so it's something that we're always going to work with. If the board member requirement is that we are only monitoring student achievement and we're only setting certain goals, it goes back a little bit to the No Child Left Behind kind of mentality. And then I would think then my request of the board would then be have a significant conversation with staff throughout the district to define what those measures are, where they're coming from, and then we would need the board support if that's the only thing that we're focusing on in that one like myopic lens to dedicate all of our resources and everything to that, right? If we only want to focus on 3rd grade reading and that's the goal that we're going to monitor year after year, are you going to allow us to invest in 3rd grade reading at the cost of our fine arts programs or performing arts programs? Are we going to allow us to change the terms of our negotiated contract to incentivize our best 3rd grade teachers to go wherever they go? Are we going to move away with the concept of neighborhood schools so we can use some types of heterogeneous grouping to move students to our high performing teachers? Those are all the other ends of the results that the board has created. So you're always balancing an experience with the achievement that you want, and we know that student achievement data is always going to be a goal, but what testing you use, those things are always questionable, but they're great progress monitoring tools for us as a school district that we're going to continue to use. It's a philosophy thing that the board has to balance. So if you're asking, let's put just student achievement goals into a monitoring report or into a result report, and that's the only thing that we're going to focus on, then our question back is going to be, okay, what is the board going to support? Because we can put all of our time, energy, and sweat to hit those numbers, but they're going to come at the cost of something else.
Okay, a couple of things, because I think we're going to need to take a break. I also wanted everyone to make sure that, to pay attention to the new language on the GP that's included here that provides us with some additional clarity and direction. Wondering if, because I didn't really hear for sure in terms of, do we want to rename staff reports, board education, and then do we want to delineate in our business agenda exactly like those 3 areas? If that comes back to governance and we just talk about that at our next meeting in terms of agenda planning, if that's okay. A third thing that I am interested in us talking about, and maybe happens at governance, I'm not sure. But one item that was in this book was talked about that as the board, like let's pretend we were just adopting a policy governance model. And some of the work that the board would need to do with stakeholder groups to help educate stakeholder groups in terms of the decision-making process of the board. And I thought that that was rather interesting. I think we struggle with it ourselves, right? But I think our public also doesn't really know how we make decisions. And I'm interested in us having a conversation. It doesn't have to be a broad conversation right now, but wondering like where we might see that conversation take place in terms of if that's at governance or if it goes to a committee level. But if we would have the interest in putting together some kind of communication that would help our community, help our public, help our stakeholders better understand if they want to. Like basically a place to, click here to learn how your board operates or something like that. So this got me thinking about what could we do to help further educate the citizens and the stakeholders in our community. And just wanting to offer that as a discussion point. And if anyone has any thoughts on where we might put that. Nikki?
I don't know if I have thoughts where to put it necessarily, but I wholeheartedly support it because those are often questions that we get. How does this get done? Does anybody talk about it? You know, there's all kinds of questions that we receive about decisions we make, and the more education and the more transparent we can be about that. I would suggest that the Communications Engagement Advocacy Committee, CAE, discuss that as well, because there must be more that we can do to engage our communities and provide education.
Brian and Tracy?
I think if we can find out what that is to help educate the public and they figure it out, then I think we should sell the program to the rest of the United States, because after being in 34 years of education, it's clear that Fargo experiences the same problems as they do in smaller towns as well. So I think it's a nationwide problem in this whole approach.
Tracy?
Thank you, Brian. Yeah, I was just going to comment that I think an area where they've done this really well is with the COVID Planning Instructional Committee of recently. We have been extremely transparent with the public, and there is what you said. You can go to the FPS website and click, literally, I think it's updated daily, if not weekly, about how we're making these decisions and the data we're using. So I don't know if that's able to be replicated. I'm sure it's a crazy amount of work for you guys, but I think that's an area where we're doing it very well. I don't know that the public interest is as high, of course, if not in a pandemic. But another area, I think, is the Woodrow Wilson renaming and some of the things we've come up with. That's been very, I think that committee has done a very good job of soliciting feedback, being open about how we're making these decisions and why. So I think we are doing it to a certain degree, especially with more recent issues.
Ultimately, every time we're asked about, why isn't the board speaking up on this? Or why does the board do it that way? All of us have the opportunity to be able to help educate people, whether it's a one-on-one conversation at the grocery store or, a phone call or an email or something, to help just little by little educate people in terms of how we make our decisions. And it's not that we're trying to skirt an issue or ignore an issue. It's just kind of in what lane, who has the decision-making authority. But any rate, we don't need to continue on this too much longer, but I am interested if, Nikki, if you maybe want to take this and see if the CEA committee might want to take a look at that. Is this group supportive of that? Okay, and I think what we're talking about is just some basic ways that we could communicate, just like click, maybe it's even under, say, the board tab, on the school board website. How does your board do its work or something like that? But we can talk more about that later. Rupak, did you have a closing thought?
No, I think kicking it to the committee would be best. I have some other thoughts, and, I would ask board members to own this. Maybe it's, board members writing an article after a controversial decision, or let me explain our process, and that can be in school talk journeys. But I'd want to obviously talk to our communications team. I think that's a good avenue to have that discussion.
Good point. Send thoughts to me if you have them. I also think that it's important for us to continue to review policy governance. And so if there are scenarios that come up that are challenging for anyone individually or seem to be challenging for the board, bring those up to, I would suggest, the president. And we can have conversations about this continuing. We ought to, because it'll help us. And we should do those conversations, I think, as quickly and as timely as possible versus hold on to something for, say, 3 months, So let's just make sure that we continue to hold ourselves accountable and that we work through scenarios as they develop. Rupak?
And as this gets tossed to the committee, I think just going into this year, my recommendation for the board members would be, one of the biggest challenges, especially in our school district, for all of you as board members, is combating this notion when you're presented with data, maybe from another organization, whether it's administration or FEA or anyone else, that this is how your staff feel, this is how your teachers feel, and sometimes it's just a survey or something else. You also have the ability to build relationships, and you have relationships throughout our district. So lean on those, truly give you perspective, because oftentimes I've asked several board members, I said, you see one set of data, but what are your relationships with the individuals that you have in the district tell you otherwise? And collectively, there isn't a mechanism to say, actually, that's not really true, because we also talk to people, and this is what we're getting. So I think that's something for the committee to wrestle with, but I would say that now, where we are in October of this year, I would encourage board members to continue fostering relationship with as many staff and stakeholders in the district as you can to truly get a perspective of what's happening, because the feedback that you hear, just research will tell you, you're not always going to be hearing from individuals that are happy with what's happening in the status quo.
All right, let's take a break. How long do we need? Is it 10 minutes enough? All right, folks, we're going to get started again. Hello? Missy is on right now. We are on potential budget considerations. Yep. School efficiencies. I did just ask Anne Marie, what time does lunch come? And she said, we don't have lunch. We're supposed to be done by noon. So Rupak, did you say that you wanted to make an introduction?
Sure, and I'll introduce this entire, I'll introduce the entire section 3, not just each subcomponent, but really kind of just the nature of this conversation. So Jagger turns 3 on Wednesday, and we had a virtual family celebration yesterday, and my sister had delivered from Granite City to our house these make-your-own donut kits. So they're regular donuts, but then Jagger had a series of bunch of toppings that he could put on top, and we did that with him yesterday. So this is us telling you that you're the toppings on our donuts, that we're bringing you into the outer ring, going back to Jim's analogy, because the decision and the conversations we still have a donut, still in the administrative purview, but it changes the flavor, it changes what we do. That's my best analogy, trying to make a metaphor on the fly. But that's kind of where we are today. The conversation today is around budget. We, as cabinet, as administrators in the school district, we all have our personal opinions on some things, whether we should continue and we shouldn't. You can ask us for our opinions. You can say, what do you guys feel as administration? But we are not recommending anything like do this today. The purpose of today is, like we've said before, like I said earlier today, as a Board of Education, one of your responsibilities is obviously the fiduciary responsibility you have as a school district, but it's also to set a vision. The vision is where the gray area becomes, because you only have a finite amount of resources, but then you also want an experience. And most of you were elected to your position because you have a strong affiliation with Fargo Public Schools, and a lot of you are alumni yourselves. So there's some things that are seeped in tradition, in history, in culture, that it wouldn't make sense for a new superintendent to come in and say, let's just change those, and let's reallocate dollars for this X purpose. And that's really the conversation that we're gonna have today. So we're gonna go through a variety of different things. The reason we're doing it now is because these are things that we've all talked about year after year or at some point, but we've just never really gotten full direction from the board. And as Jackie works to start developing her budget for next year, which will start here in January and February, and as we enter negotiations, we need to know what does our budget look like, because some of these are big ticket items. A lot of what we're going to talk about are potential opportunities for the district that are not required, but they are rich experiences either for our staff or our students that we offer. And do we want to continue? And if we do, then that's fine. We just know what our budget challenges are going to be, and we prioritize accordingly. But if we want to make a change, then we can do that as well. So that's really the nature of all these items today. You might get recommendations from us, you might get considerations from us. It doesn't mean that administration is strongly recommending one thing or another, because at the end of the day, some of these just come back to what is the experience and the vision that Board of Education and administration together want to provide to our stakeholders in Fargo Public Schools. So the first thing that we will talk about is a conversation that I think started maybe 2017 or earlier, and that is pairing McKinley and Madison elementary schools. And I think it's been thrown out there before that, oh, that could potentially have some cost savings. Is it something that we should take a look at? But then the distance is also thrown out there before as well. So I will hand it over to Missy to talk through that, maybe clarify some misconceptions, and then just kind of see where does the board members go. And if board members don't have a decision or consensus today, I mean, obviously there's no board action that we're asking for. But even if there's no direction, there's further study that board members want to do, or kick it to a planning committee or another committee as part of the school board. That's absolutely okay. We just want to bring things to light so we can keep the conversation moving forward, or put them to bed and then build our budget accordingly.
On elementary efficiencies, page 3, a handout, was able to take a look at what would happen if Madison and McKinley were paired schools. And I think I'll just start with that observations. By pairing the two schools, it does give you the potential of staffing each grade level from 2 to 3 sections. And right now, when they're separate, they're 1 to 2 sections. It would be reassigning a principal possibly then to, and we're in a interesting time because we will have an opening for a principal at the Explorer Academy. So there's that opportunity in there. Add a dean of students though, because it would be 2 campuses, and that is something we've honored at our other 2 campuses, having a dean of students and a principal. One school would serve K2, the other 3-5, and adding 1 bus route. Now, adding 1 bus route, that's where we're not sure. So what we identified last spring, there'd be 81 students that would need busing in one of those groups. They're about the same, whether it's K2 or 3-5. And from that, you're not always sure how many will ride, because 81 would put us at a point where is it 1 or 2 buses that would need to be added. But the best guess would be 1. And so then on the other side is we could have an opportunity for some efficiencies with FTEs, because it just allows you, by going from 1 to 2 sections, and I'll give the example, both Madison, McKinley, if they've had 1 section, that section has ranged from 12 students or 27. Because of having 1 section, it's just harder. We've also really worked with them to look at combo sections when appropriate, and then we talk through that with the staff, and sometimes they might say, we'd prefer to run them separate, run 1 larger. This year they are running 1 combo at McKinley. And so always looking at that. So the overall, it's not perfect science. It kind of depends on how the numbers fall, but there is a potential of some savings. The bus route is probably where I'm unsure of how many ridership we'd have. So I did supply on page 4 some trends of the sections. 2021 is a difficult year for us to use. So I used, if we wouldn't have had COVID with virtual academy, the kids would be in the building. I will say that we are going to have to really watch our numbers for next fall, because we had so many students not enroll in kindergarten from our expected amounts, that we'll see how that affects us next year. Then I did them separately here. If you turn the page to page 5, it would show what would happen if you would combine for sections and apply the combo class idea. Now, that is something we've done probably rarely, the combination class, but it is something that's been used in the Fargo district. And just so full transparency, we do pay an overload to teachers who teach a combo class of a 0.2 FTE. So there'd be a little bit of a cost there as we look at it. So page 6 kind of went back to just summarize some of the pieces that we've talked about. If paired, it does help us with class size. As we go back, when you have 2 to 3 sections to even out students across. It does provide for teachers in collaboration as they go forward as a group. Few extreme class sizes might be able to be negated. Not much difference overall with the total sections. That's what we're seeing there. So, it could be, I'll even say 1 to 3, just depends on your numbers sometimes of sections. Teacher retention has been problematic at times. What's hard is we might transfer a kindergarten teacher there in 17. In 18, we don't have the number, so now that teacher needs to be moved to a different building. So that is one thing that I've noticed in the 3 falls that I've been a part of, is that we are constantly balancing. And then the only thing that I found interesting was talking to busing about, and we came up with the 81 students in K2, for example, that would need busing to a location. We'd have to do a staggered start. So we take, to be efficient, the students would be dropped off, let's say at McKinley, and let's say the 3, 4, 5 students then would get on and go to Madison, if that's what we decided, and then they'd pick up the K1, 2 students and bring them back. So you'd use like a shuttle back and forth, but we'd have to stagger that time a little bit. But I thought you guys might have some questions, some things for me to look into more, but this is what I've come up with so far in looking at that.
Robin, David, Jim.
Caught you with a full, like any good waitress does. I have a couple thoughts on this, and the overarching theme of this discussion is efficiency, but one piece I think that we need to focus on is having multiple, at least 2 classes per grade level. Because there is such a benefit to that from students, and separating some students that don't need to be together, or just getting to know more. And that worked so well in the pairings of Horace Mann and Roosevelt and Claire Barton and Hawthorne. So that was one of the huge benefits in selling that to the community. My next comment is going to revolve around the transportation report, and I did send Jackie a question. These are 2 title schools, am I right? So a lot of low income. So if we do consider busing, how does financially assisted busing work? Because in the past, when we did charge for ridership, I think we linked it to free and reduced lunch. So I just have some concerns about the transportation piece if we're going to start to charge. I don't know if we have the answer.
Yeah, I have to say, I did not think through that piece if there would ever be a charge, because you are right, both buildings have higher free and reduced lunch than other buildings. I think the other one that's just a little harder is that they're not neighbors.
Right.
The two, so that's that part of it's not where someone could walk home even if it was a longer walk. So, yeah, so that's another little tricky part.
David?
Missy, thank you. This is the clearest this has ever been laid out, at least for me. In going over your enrollment observations, those are either all positive or all neutral. What do you see as any negatives of joining these 2 schools?
Well, some of the negatives are probably things that we can't quantify, and that is that home building where families get very connected. So I will say at both Madison and McKinley, that is one thing that I've seen about the families, I think enjoying the consistency of being at the one building the whole time. It takes multiple years to gain some of those relationships with some of our families. And I'm going to use the word fragile. Sometimes they need some extra services. It does not mean we could not do that in a paired school setting, because I think if you look at Horace Mann Roosevelt, they've been able to do it. So really my biggest concern is just the distance between the 2 buildings. And for some of the families, that transportation would never be an option. We'd have to make sure our busing, how that works for the families.
Go ahead, yep.
As far as doing this, and this is probably a question more for Blake than for you, Missy, but is there any major renovations that would have to occur? I mean, a kindergarten room becomes a 5th grade room. It's simple as that?
No. In fact, I think that would be our next investigation then, which building is better prepared to have the K2 and which one for 3-5. I would say one advantage that Madison has over McKinley structurally is that they have a community room and a gym. McKinley only has the gym. And so what's hard about McKinley is scheduling Phi-Ed and lunch. Because you cannot do the 2 things at the same time with the weather that we have. So that would be something that we'd have to look at to see where we can benefit that the best.
Jim?
I just kind of want to piggyback a little bit on what Robin said and maybe even push it a little farther. Obviously, pairing financially looks like we save a little bit of money. To my way of thinking, that's not the reason we'd pair. We'd pair because we're creating a better educational outcomes. The ability to have multiple sections to match students to teachers' teaching style is huge. And Robin kind of alluded to it. Maybe we have 2 first graders that absolutely are not getting along. If we only have 1 first grade classroom, we're going to have them together. And then if there's only 1 second grade classroom, they're going to go through together, even though there's this high strife between them. If we could separate them into different classrooms, that would be a plus. I don't have a twin, but I have lots of twins in my family. And the parents of those twins always advocate to have them in different classes. So from the student standpoint, I think there's an educational plus to multiple sections. But there's also a huge plus to our staff. If I'm the only first grade teacher at Madison, my professional learning community is me. Although I could maybe piggyback with the second grade and the third grade teacher, but I'm the only first grade teacher to have professional learning community with, unless we network to another building. If we have multiple sections in the building, now there's a team of first grade teachers that can really talk about what's working well, what do we have to strengthen. So from an educational perspective, I see the advantage huge, as opposed to, yeah, it saves some dollars, and I'm always fine saving some dollars, but I think it's for the educational reasons we ought to be considering this. And much like you, Missy, the only drawback I see, because I live in one of the paired neighborhoods right now, is the distance between the two. If we could move Longfellow to where Madison is and Madison to where Longfellow is, we would have paired these buildings several years ago, I'm pretty sure.
Rupak?
Yeah, and I think this is exactly kind of what we wanted, so thank you to all the board members, because the conversation should be around the educational experience, because the finances could be neutral, it could go one way or the other. And yeah, to Robin, to your point, in Jackie's presentation later, she talks about what the price was for ridership in 2008 when the district charged, or prior to 2008. I don't know what it was at that time for free and reduced lunch, but I think all of us would advocate that we would not charge at the same price, if not provide free transportation, which could increase the cost if these two buildings have that higher percentage of students that are receiving free or reduced lunches. So I think that's definitely a consideration. The other piece that I would just want to share with the board is that if we are told to investigate this further or to consider this option, this is not something that has to happen immediately or at the start of the next school year. This could be a multi-year project that we can build into our long-range plan as well. So the conversations that we have today are related to the long-term budget of Fargo Public Schools, but they don't have to have an immediate impact right off the bat.
Rupak, when you say multi-year, what are you thinking? Because at some point, there would need to be a decision, and we'd want, if we were going to be moving forward, we would have a goal for it to be implemented for a certain school year. So what would that thought be to help guide us?
I would defer to Missy.
I think one of my concerns as we look at that is that we would have a principal to reassign. And there is an opportunity with the Explorer Academy, and we have already put it into our long-term planning for a principal at that location. So in that sense, maybe the timing does have a window for us to take advantage of as we go forward. So that's just one piece on that picture.
So Missy, that timing is?
Next
school
fall,
year?
we would be opening that Explorer Academy.
So then when would a decision need to be made?
I think for us, it would have to be this winter. I would say in January or so, because we are already going to start staffing the Explorer Academy, and you'd want your leadership to be a part of that.
Brian and Nikki?
You know, it's amazing on perspective of distances and things. I'm not sure how far apart these two buildings are. But, you know, having worked in a district in western North Dakota, when you had Ryder was an elementary school, and then you had McCody, which was 7 through 12 school, and then and they were 10 miles apart, and then you went 10 miles further west, you had a town called Plaza, and they had an elementary school. And so Plaza had the better school, because it was all one level, and so we closed the Ryder school to bring those kids over to Plaza, because it was a better experience when you only had 60 kids and 25 kids, and, you know, together 85, and now I believe they're at 170 or 80 in the elementary. And so it is the educational opportunities is why you bring these kids together, and I can agree with you with the two sections, collaborative speaking. In Seattle, Washington, where I grew up in Mount Lake Terrace, Cedar Way Elementary, we had 5 sections in each grade, that was your pod, if you will, and it was a K through 6 school then. And so, yeah, I don't know the distances though, how far are we talking about here? Are we talking like 20 miles or?
Probably
Yeah.
3.5 miles.
But I think it would be important though then to bus and give that service if it's at all possible.
I think what I'd add is if you look at the map of this, it is the roads that cause some of the biggest issues. So when you have 12th Avenue and it goes over that overpass to NDSU, that isn't something we'd feel comfortable anyone walking on, or 25th.
Anne Marie, and then Nikki.
Just using Google Maps, depending on which way you would take, it's either 3.6 miles or 3.8 miles between the two of them.
And it's also what is between them. It's not your regular neighborhood blocks full of houses. It's a series of railroad tracks and that 12th Avenue Bridge, and so it looks different. Nikki?
Thank you. On paper, it all looks good. My question's more about logistics. One of them is the shuttling between the schools. I am hopeful that we would have somebody helping those young children because that would be a little bit tricky for them to navigate. I mean, they're looking kind of for a system to follow. I don't know that I would have put my first grader and said, hey, you gotta figure out a bus to get over, you know.
I actually think that's a great point. I think as we talk about the shuttle, it might be where we're going to have a paraprofessional or paraeducator help us with that route. When I was in my other job, we had a kindergarten center, and the toughest route was our kindergarten-only route, and it's just the age of the children. And so to make sure that we're giving that support, and sometimes it can be weaned off gradually, but we would have to start with more support in the beginning.
And then the other piece of my question is more about communication piece. Families, staff, have we done anything, or could we do something to garner some input and see how people feel about it, what questions and concerns they have?
Yeah, no, I will add that as something that we could go next if we're interested in more information to talk to I did talk to the building level principals last year and let them know that we were investigating. They said this has happened before. It's a conversation that's happened, and so they understood. But you're right, I think we're going to also find some people that are so dedicated to that small environment at those schools, and maybe we'll find out some positives that I have not shared.
Rebecca?
Missy, if you have the projector remote by you, can we project just, can you pull up Google Maps so we can take a look at what the route is between the two? And then maybe I want to see what, compared to the distance between our other paired schools, which I know is obviously far less as well. But when you look at both the Madison and McKinley area, I just want to make sure the board members know for some families what the impact could be or how long it could be.
So I'll share a few of my thoughts. The information is valuable that we have here today, but my main concern goes to educational outcomes, which has been discussed a little bit already today. I'm going to need to be able to be convinced that the kids are going to be receiving a much better education than if they were in separate schools the way they are now. Coming to this from the experience of being in a neighborhood where all three of my kids attended paired schools, which that was Claire Barton Hawthorne. This is a different type of a paired school. The idea is the same, but the distance and the community and the neighborhood that we're talking about in terms of pairing is different. So anyone that's familiar with the Claire Barton Hawthorne pairing or the Horace Mann Roosevelt pairing, it looks completely different if we're thinking about pairing Madison and McKinley in terms of distance and the kind of spaces that the kiddos and the parents would need to be navigating through. And I know that there are some discussions in regard to how we can mitigate some of those challenges, but I don't think that we need to realize that those would be some challenges, and that we're also talking about two neighborhoods that are have some additional needs within both of those neighborhoods and the families and the kids that attend those schools. Also would want to make sure that we, prior to making really any official decisions, that we're having conversations within both of those communities, so that we're talking not only to the staff working in those buildings, but our families, and realizing and just thinking about what would that communication need to look like in terms of getting engagement. Is it setting out a survey? Is it having meetings at the schools? It's just, taking into consideration the different neighborhoods that we have within our school district, and what's the best way to receive feedback and engagement from the people that live in those areas. Anne Marie?
And just one more, spot on for timing. In 2017, administration first brought this topic to you in a work session, and at that time, we brought a report to you about paired schools, and it reviewed the pairing of Claire Barton Hawthorne and Horace Mann Roosevelt and the time that went into that, and it was a process that took place, give or take a year for each one, where administration then worked with those two schools to do that process of pairing. So definitely can share that document with you as well from back in 2017, but there was different things that were done to get those two schools both times ready for pairing.
Seth?
I would also say that I agree with Jim, Brian, about the quality of education that we're going to give to these kids by putting the two schools together. And I also, like to see economic efficiencies happen as well, but I would still be, in favor of this if we decrease the level of economic efficiency that we get from this to ensure transportation and safety of transportation. If we break even and the kids are safer and they get there to their respective schools the way they need to, and we break even on it just because of the fact that we're giving them a better education, I think we're still winning on it. So I would just add that.
So if I can just mentally kind of summarize the conversation that I'm hearing is, at this point, administration can dive deeper. We're not hearing any board members that are saying we should not explore this because of the distance between the two buildings. That's how I'm interpreting this conversation. Okay. So then I would say let us work, and we would work with planning if that would be okay with the board.
Brian?
The only thing is, I think transportation's important. Knowing that area, I do know that area, and we're gonna have to transport, bottom line. So I don't know how that looks, because in here, but if it's not something that you're gonna transport, then I wouldn't waste your time with it, from my standpoint.
We might need to transport even in ways that we don't transport to some other schools. I don't know that, but just trying to, kind of think, push the envelope a little bit in terms of what might some of the additional needs be that don't exist at some of our other schools, and that could potentially be because of that distance, any before school, after school, that type of a thing. Robin?
I completely agree with Nikki's comments about community engagement. I've seen these ebb and flow and go back and forth, but I think I know where you're gonna get the most pushback, and I think the messaging is so important that this would add stability to these neighborhoods, because right now it sounds like it's kind of unstable, and this is ensuring that these school buildings will not be shut down in their neighborhoods. So stability for neighborhoods and education is another messaging piece, but communication is going to be key to this. And are you really seeking feedback, or are you educating them, or a combination of both?
Nikki?
Thank you. Looking at this, and I had it in my mind, so it's good to see it on a screen. Some of the pieces that we're going to struggle with are the pieces that we're struggling with with working on our other boundaries, and that's gonna be, well, my kid can't bike to school, what am I gonna do for after-school activities? So I think Brian's right, I think we have to look at transporting, and not just to and from school, but how are we gonna create those opportunities for those kids at those various buildings? You know, if they're in chess club or whatever it happens to be. But the biggest pushbacks are gonna be, my kid can't ride bike to school, and why would I have to drive by one school to get to another? Same thing we're seeing with the other boundary discussions, so as long as we go through that. Now, I'm with Seth too, that even if it doesn't create a great savings, if this improves their opportunities for education, I love that discussion going on, because if we can make any of that better, if we can save money, great. But if we break even and we're making a better education, ultimately, I like that idea.
An additional item that I am interested in is there any other school where it would be logical? You know, there are reasons we look at Madison and McKinley, but McKinley is closer to Longfellow and closer to Washington. Madison it's a little bit more challenging. It's kind of, I think, what is it, the only elementary school that is, would that be right, west of 10th or west of University? It's off. Well, yeah, you have the map here, but anyway, I'm just saying in terms of like how we're moving, how we potentially will move forward, and the type of conversation that we would need to have within our community to better educate. Knowing that we have vetted some of these, you know, any other potential options, thinking about some of the questions that we might receive from our community about why Madison and McKinley. Well, why not McKinley and another school? I just think that it's important to be able to answer some of those questions. Jim.
Yeah, well, and again, you could theoretically pair either of those buildings probably with another school, but that really doesn't address the bigger issue that, I'm not sure if it was Robin who pointed it out, but somebody did. We could close either of these buildings tomorrow and reallocate those students into empty seats in North Side elementaries. So this is about stability for the neighborhoods as well. If we don't do this pairing, then the next question should be, which of these two buildings do we plan on closing? Because we are not going to have enough students based on current demographic trends to continue to keep them both open. At least not in an efficient manner and providing quality education. So, I mean, I think that's part of, quite frankly, the discussion with the communities. Is this is being done for educational purposes and neighborhood stability purposes. It really isn't being done for budget purposes. If it saves us a little bit, great. And quite frankly, it might cost us a little bit, great. If it supports these two neighborhoods, provides better education for the students, and yes, there are going to be some people that do not like the distance issue. Somebody's kindergartner lives right across the street from one of those two buildings, and now they're going to have to go to the other one. These are, quite frankly, all the same issues that came up when Clara Barton and Hawthorne paired, same issues that came up when Horace Mann and Roosevelt paired. And if you went to either of those two communities right now and could find 3 parents that wanted them unpaired, I'd be shocked. People are perfectly happy to have multiple kindergarten sections to figure out who's going to be my child's kindergarten teacher. So I think it's just important for us to recognize we've got to do something different here because the status quo is not sustainable long run.
I would encourage something like a FAQ starting to be developed. There are going to be lots of questions that come as we go here and might just help us track, oh yes, we've already revisited this question and this is the answer. Rubak?
Jim took a lot of my words out, so thank you. I mean, we have done the analysis, and there would be, if the board wanted to consider closing one of the buildings, that we do have HMR and some other buildings that can absorb all the students and then repurpose or not have one of the facilities, but that we would look at board direction if closing a school was even a conversation. Missy, can you zoom in a little bit on Madison? And this is, I think, Jim, you alluded to my second question, which is going to be, if this is truly about the educational experience and we invest in the transportation for all of the students, will the board even support this, even if this costs a little bit more? Because Madison is, as we all know, in an industrial area that's high poverty. When you look at Madison Elementary School, there is a bridge that comes to the back of Madison Park that some students walk into that school. And a lot of students come from that area, higher mobility, a little bit of a higher poverty area. You will get feedback that these students now have to go all the way up and go up to McKinley. The board needs to make sure that they're willing to have that feedback, right? I think what we want, it's a challenging discussion, but why are we doing what we're doing? And is it, if we truly believe in the educational experience, we're going to have to know that it might be at the cost of walkability for some students. Unless we invest additionally in transportation, it might be at the cost of some other things as well. So just want to throw all that out there for board consideration.
Jennifer and then Robin?
Thank you. So, 2017, when this was discussed, I'm just curious if, in terms of looking at other opportunities, what the administration sees for the future of like an early childhood center, because I remember that being part of the discussion, and if it still is, one of the things that are on the long-range sort of planning agenda, could that then be placed in Madison so we could keep families there, all, grades that are currently there?
In our long-term, we did spend the dollars to remodel Longfellow, and we added 4 classrooms for early childhood with the goal then of having 2 more sites off of that long-range plan and looking at Central and South. And so one of the biggest needs that we are hearing is from South Fargo to have accessibility to early childhood without having to drive across town. So, but that came out of the task force as we're going forward. If we change things, that would probably come back here if we wanted to have one center as we look at Agassiz decommissioning going forward. So right now, our plan is to try to find Central and South locations.
David?
I really like this idea, and I've wanted for many years to do something with these two, and that looking at the way that class size fluctuates from 25 down to 12, I mean, that's a mess, but I was glad that Jim said something about having to have at least 2 sections. There has to be some collaboration. Otherwise, these teachers might as well be teaching in a one-room school. They have nobody to spitball anything off. They're by themselves. The thing I'm looking for, I guess, is I have to know that there's a real commitment by the administration that this is the right thing to do, because in 2 more years, we could be looking at 5 brand-new school board members, and they might say, hey, this is ridiculous to have these 2 schools. We got to close one of these. And if you, as administrators, think this is the correct and long-term sustainability is there, it's a done deal. I think this should have been done years ago.
I would say, I think that just knowing where you guys are at for us to go forward and have those conversations with the staff, I also want to make sure, with the utmost respect, what they've been doing has been wonderful. And they've learned to collaborate vertically very well. But I do think our system is built on collaborating at the grade level, which would be a strengthening. And also that moving of teachers is something that is happening every year from that building. So a teacher, if you're new into that building, there's a good chance you'll be asked to move to a different building, 1 teacher a year.
Rupak?
David, and I think that's a fantastic question, because this goes back to, right, the experience that we want to offer. For me, I can get behind this if the reason that we're making this decision is to be able to offer multiple sections and the stability. To me, those 2 factors outweigh the additional distance on a bus. But I think that has to be coupled if it's a high poverty or higher concentration of students that are receiving free and reduced lunch services. We don't go backwards on our transportation. We go above and beyond. So if we're weighing those factors, as it relates to the distance between the buildings, yes, they're not ideal. But to me, in terms of being able to provide long-term stability of multiple sections, I would advocate for that, knowing that the board at the same point does not want to explore potentially closing the school, right? If you were to say make solely a business decision only on finances, then we would have to talk about the finances versus consolidating all the students to one building and closing a building, and that's not the conversation we're having. And so if it's only off of academic experience, I would get behind it, and that would be my factors.
Jennifer?
So can I ask a question about that? Because I actually did have a call from a constituent about this some time ago in terms of long-range development opportunities in North Fargo and what that could do in terms of helping sustainability for enrollment numbers in certain areas. But if you were to close, how would that help? I mean, I don't know which one. How would that help, say, for example, Madison students? You would still have the same educational issues if you only closed one. Say you closed McKinley because proximity, you could send them closer to a neighborhood school, to Longfellow. You would still have kiddos at Madison that do not have multiple grade levels, right? So how would we then address that issue?
And I am going to look at Dr. Gross, because I think we've had some of this conversation in the past when we've talked about the potential for all the students to fit in the north side schools. Dr. Gross, was that if you take all students at Madison and McKinley, if I remember correctly?
So we've had many different conversations around this. One is, if one of these buildings were to close, how would we then repurpose or reboundary basically the entire north side of Fargo? So that not all of the students from one of those buildings would go to one, they probably would go to multiple buildings. The same way we're having conversations around boundaries on the central part of our community and the south part of our community. So I don't think there's a plan where an entire building could relocate to another. It would have to be divided into multiple areas.
I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, but is the question, if that were the case, if one of the buildings were closed, would that still leave one building as a one-section school?
I don't believe so, because again, if you were to change the boundaries for many of the buildings on the north side of Fargo, you would then most definitely try to fill in those buildings so there were multiple sections. Again, a study would have to be done currently with the current number of students on the north side on how those boundaries would need to change. But again, I believe you would be able to redo the boundaries, have multiple sections, but that would impact a tremendous number of families and students on the north side of Fargo.
And possibly require renovations to one of the two smaller buildings to accommodate the additional sections.
I would say the sections, the ancillary spaces that we might need, the gym spaces, the cafeteria, and so on.
So is this information that the board is feeling like is going to need to be gathered in order to make a decision? No? Okay. So I also think that it will be interesting for us, and maybe not just interesting, but necessary for us to keep tabs on the development of the core neighborhood plan that the city of Fargo is working on, because that Madison area, I believe, is included in that. I happen to serve on the steering committee of that, so I just kind of know some of that at the high level. And looking at, that group is kind of basically right now, they're developing, like, what's the brand for each neighborhood. Each neighborhood is involved in that, and it might be interesting for us to, as we talk about, like, how to engage with those neighborhoods, maybe even tapping into who are some of the people that are involved in those neighborhoods regarding this core neighborhood plan discussion. I don't know, I'm just kind of trying to think at another level there, and to make sure that as we're moving forward in our discussion that we know that city planning, comes into play here a lot of times too, and has an effect or a result in terms of what our decisions are. But, so if we're looking at, I guess I'm wondering if we need to make a decision on this. I know we don't need to, but we could, right? So we'll just keep moving it down the line if we don't create any deadlines for ourselves. And so if we are going to be making a decision this winter, is this winter February? I'm, just kind of backing it up, and then does this come to planning, get added onto the work for that committee? Rupak?
We do our annual presentation of our long-range financial and facilities plan to the board, I believe in January. So we would obviously work it into there, but if we're backwards planning from that document, I would say that give us some time as administration to take a look into it. We'll bring it to planning before then. And if planning thinks that this needs to be an independent agenda item, even outside of the long-range plan, even before January, then we can obviously look at it on the December board meeting. I just don't want to overcommit, not knowing what the full scope of work is and what all information planning might want. And then I think planning might also say, hey, communications engagement advocacy committee, maybe you guys want to do some pre-work before this even comes to the board level as well. So I think we can do some of that work at the committee level and figure out the timeline.
Does that make sense to everyone? So I would encourage that conversation to happen as soon as humanly possible. And then even if we say we'd like to have a decision made in the winter, if all of the necessary discussion that we feel needs to, administration and board feels needs to happen, can't happen by then we need to realize that, and maybe the deadline's gonna need to change. But we have to do the due diligence. We owe that to ourselves and to our community. Robin?
Two things. David, this conversation's been happening since I've been on the board, and we haven't closed any schools. So whatever the board turnover is, seriously. And to Jim's point, when I was the liaison for Clara Barton Hawthorne, or no, it was Horseman Roosevelt, there was no way they wanted to go back to individual buildings. They loved it. So Rebecca, to the timeline, do you see this being a freestanding decision by the board, or something the board would approve within the long-range facility plan?
What do other board members feel in terms of feedback?
I wasn't here when the other two or other four schools, how did that, was that in the long-term facilities plan, or was that an individual vote? How did we do it before? What's our precedent?
Yeah, I wasn't there either. Jim?
Individual vote.
It was.
Yep. And, and if we're really looking at timeline, just to share how this worked last time around, I would guess either the board or a committee of the board is going to have a parent meeting at some point in time. And actually with Clara Barton and Hawthorne, we just did it in the Hawthorne gym. But because these are quite a bit farther apart, we may want to have a meeting either in a neutral location. I would not recommend 2 meetings. I would say 1. So the same information is absolutely shared with everybody. But I would think we're going to want to do that this fall. Tell them, here's where we may be headed. Here's why we may be heading there. Invite them in for a meeting to give us feedback. Based upon whatever we heard, we might adjust something, we might not. And then take some board action so it can get built or not built into the long-range financial and long-range facility plan. Would be my thought process. But we could certainly not decide it until that plan's there and embed it in that plan too. But I think it would be cleaner to have it as a separate issue. And obviously, I think the staff heard today that nobody is speaking against this necessarily. So I suspect they're going to be engaging staff very shortly on this. But we need to be thinking about how are we going to engage the community and get that mapped out. And I would say probably before Thanksgiving, have that community meeting, either at one of these 2 buildings or a third site, use North, Ben Franklin, something. At least that would be my thought.
And Jim, I would say that regardless of, I mean, unless the board explicitly be told otherwise, this is one of those opportunities where I would use number 3 and put it on the board's agenda. I think I've often shared with board members that sometimes you're my O-line, I'm the quarterback, and sometimes I'm your O-line and you're the quarterback. These are big decisions that impact neighborhoods and communities. I would utilize my option to bring this to the board for an independent vote. And long-range financial and facilities plan is supposed to be how we're going to execute the vision that's given to the board. When we put things in there, but then they don't happen, or they haven't gotten board vote yet, it makes it really hard for us to do any long-term planning. So I think the process Jim described is cleaner because we know what to then go and administer as a district.
I would also add that since if it's better to follow precedent, I think it's more transparent. We're not gonna have people in this neighborhood be like, well, why'd you do it to a full board vote in these 2 neighborhoods and you didn't do it in this one? I think it's more important to have the consistency of following the precedent that we did for the other 2 nations too.
Makes sense. It sounds like planning and the CEA committee will have some good work to add to the work plan. Anne Marie, you said that you were able to look back and find some of the pre-work that was done for the pairing of both of those schools. Is that information you could share? I would love to be able to see that information. Jim, I don't know if you want that as chair of planning, and Nikki as CEA might be helpful.
There was a report that was put together for the work session, the July work session in 2017, that was a pairing schools report that we can send out to everyone.
Yes, sharing with everyone would be great. Jennifer?
So along those lines, actually, I'd written down a question, and that was, excuse me, because this conversation has been happening for the last few years, I'm wondering what sort of pushback maybe was given from the building levels, perhaps in order to prepare for the communications committee plan in terms of what types of information to proactively maybe share out. And then secondly, as I think about the discussion around distance and pairing and could there be other alternatives, and I think, it's important that we're asking good questions here to, so folks have an opportunity to also hear what has been explored. But first and foremost, the question came back to, and what was best for students, right? And then we worked from there. When we're talking about other boundaries, that's often what I hear is inequities that might be created. In here, we're fixing an inequity that also then has a bigger distance, right? So I don't see it as big of a challenge to explain because I don't see them as necessarily the same based on what I'm hearing for student opportunity. Does that make sense? So I think that could be part of the message as well, because it is really about student providing the equitable experience, right, for all students. So.
And so while we're having a discussion on this today, it doesn't mean that we have decided that this is what we're doing, but we're continuing to learn and evaluate, and the work will come to planning and likely go to CEA as well for us to help guide us in our decision-making. But just so that everyone realizes we've made no official decision as a board here today on this. Are we okay to move on to the next item? All right. So, did we take care of class size considerations, or are we on that next?
No, this is a little
Okay.
bit separate.
All right.
If you'll turn to your packet to page 2, and just, I guess I want to make sure that I explain that class size is tricky business. And so when we are looking across a district that has 16 buildings for elementary, our average does not always represent everything that is happening as you go across. Because when you have a building such as Madison with a 12, and then Bennett, who is having increased enrollment and running classes at 23, 24 in some sections, we are doing our best to follow the guidelines that we have set before us, where we are targeting 21 for K through 2 and 3 through 5 is 22. One of the pieces that was asked, I think it was at a planning committee meeting, or might have been governance, was the research around class size. And I did take a look, and 2 of the resources that I thought were probably more peer-reviewed type resources was John Hattie's work. And John Hattie does meta-analysis of studying multiple studies on class size and looking at, does class size help kids grow? Across the board. And what he came up with is that he has a hinge number called a 0.4 when he does his statistical calculations, which means students would gain 1 year's worth of expected growth. And that's what he would like to see or better. And class size in his studies is a 0.2. And so he feels that if we are going to really leverage class size, you would have to do things differently. And that would take really changing a system. And I am not exactly sure all the pieces that would be, but he just feels if we keep doing what we're traditionally doing, the class size isn't having as big an impact. Now, that's one from him looking at multiple studies. The second study comes from a larger study of Tennessee and Wisconsin around class size. And what they were looking at is where you have small class size up to 17, where you have class size medium, they call it 17 to 25, or large class size above 25, are we seeing any differences statistically? And what they came up with is that there is rarely a difference on small and medium. They're very similar, except for first grade. And first grade, they're saying that there's a benefit of smaller. But that also was the same research that was done when they came across, I want to say maybe 15 years ago, and they talked about trying to reduce class size federally in grades K1 and 2. But they'd like it to be below 17, which is very difficult for anyone to do. They did say that they found some detriment when you're in elementary above 25. But their speculations at the end of the study was maybe we should study the size of schools. And at the end of it, they're very curious, how big should a school be and does that impact learning? But they didn't have the research in the article on that. So I just wanted to say that I did take some time to dig in a little bit around that. And I would say that the piece that we really benefit from by keeping us below large in our buildings is our small group work. And so when we work with small group literacy and we work with small group math, it's the amount of times a teacher can meet with a small group of students throughout a week. And once you get over 25, it becomes much more difficult as we go forward. So just looking at what we have, and a little bit of this is making sure that we're transparent on how we get class size, but that we are try very hard to hit the targets that are set, but they are not always possible, just because our buildings have all different sections or numbers change at the last minute in August for some things. But this is just for your consideration to look at those guiding principles on class size, and that we would become a little more transparent about when we use a combination section. And looking at if the class above and below, there's a way to have a combination section to bring everybody down to the target. And if we cannot do that, then consider adding a section. And I think Bennett's a good example. Bennett, 4th and 5th grade are, if we would not have COVID, we probably running around 22 per class this year because we added sections, because last year we ran at 24 and in their sections, but all of their sections were high for 4th and 5th grade, so that we couldn't have combined a section there. If I took the numbers that we were anticipating for this fall and applied this grid to that, and I will say that is without the virtual academy, we had an opportunity possibly to reduce by 7 sections. But there is different targets that I was using on there. I just put Fargo, West Fargo, Minot. I also requested information from Bismarck, Grand Forks, Williston, and Jamestown. They just had not gotten back to me. It's not our best comparison year because of the virtual academy. So that's not normal for us as we're looking at it, but I wanted to provide.
Missy, I'm going to interrupt because I see Jim has his hand up.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to figure out how to read this grid. And I got the part that theoretically we might save 7 FTEs, but I don't quite, the stuff above it, understand what we did to save the 7. Currently, we have a target of 21 for K and first, 21 to 22 for second and third, 22 for 4th and 5th. To get the 7, what would our target numbers be?
So the big difference is 4th and 5th, that you would go to 24.
Okay,
And so most of the savings comes with the upper elementary.
okay,
Is that helpful?
that helps, thanks.
Are you okay with a couple more questions? All right, David and then Brian?
Missy, I'm curious about something else. You know, there's obviously what you've pointed out here about the advantages of smaller classes. But this year, we've got really small classes. And I'm wondering what has happened to the numbers of incidences in class. I'm hearing nothing. It sounds like, man, the smaller we can make these classes, the better it's going to be for everybody in all situations.
I think we do have to weigh that out. We're at an extreme example right now in a hybrid model. We have some classes that probably have 7 on a group 1 day, all the way up to 11. And we are not hearing probably the same rate of incidences that we're having because of the amount of time and attention that can be provided. I know that would not be sustainable to have it at half of what we have going forward. But you are right that we are seeing less incidences. The other piece where we've seen a dramatic cut in the incidences is recess. We used to mix classes at recess, and we'd have general supervision. And because of COVID and not wanting to mix classes, we were having the classroom teacher supervise it. Now, it wouldn't always have to be the classroom teacher, we can think through that, but having one class at a time where classes do not mix has also reduced incidences that we're seeing.
Brian and then Robin? Robin?
I think that there's probably a point of diminishing return if you get too small. But continuing on with David's question, I think that when we read these governance books, it's a matter of worth again, and cost savings. It's clearly more expensive to have, the smaller the classes, the more expensive it is. You need more staff, and you need more rooms, and you need more buildings. So at what point, I'm pretty happy with our sweet spot right now. But making class sizes larger also adds on to our teachers' workload. But I think that, and my organization as well, we're learning a lot from this forced upon us COVID situation. So some of it we're going to try to keep if we can afford it. If we can't afford it, then we would, if we pushed for it at Boys and Girls Clubs, we would charge our parents more. We don't have that ability as a school district because we have a mill levy limitation. So this is all a matter of worth and quantifiable and what we can do within the means that we're allowed. But I appreciate this conversation.
Tracy?
Oh, do you want to go? Okay. Yeah, I just encourage, I think this was sent to us in a board report, the Spending Money Wisely document. This is talked about extensively in that, actually both issues we've talked about today. And one of the things that I learned that was interesting to me is that the quality of classroom instruction matters far more than the number of students in a class. And there's pretty interesting research to read through that. So one of the arguments in the research is it worth perhaps slightly increasing class numbers like to 24, like you're saying, for 4th and 5th, and taking the savings from that and investing it in teacher development or creative ways to have higher quality instruction. And certainly the research would show that has a much higher impact than actually the number of students in the class. So that's interesting. And then on the other piece we were talking about, that increasing the number of elementary classrooms in a given grade level makes it far more likely that you can reach these target class sizes, especially in a time of enrollment fluctuations, which we're living in an extreme of that. So that's all sort of related to what, but I encourage people to read this if you haven't, because I learned a lot.
Brian?
You know, there's many things that go through my mind, but, you know, I'm wondering, these 200 students that we lost in kindergarten, what's going to happen with them? And I'm sure as administration, that's got to weigh heavily on your mind as well. It's like, well, what if they find something different and better? And will they come back? And if they don't come back, then how does that look? And you know as well as me, you need time to make your changes, and that happens in February and March and all of that. It doesn't happen April or August.
Tracy?
This is an anecdote, but as someone in the community who talks to families daily, a lot of my patients have said they're just waiting till next year because of COVID. So I would not be surprised if we saw a huge influx in numbers. That's the feedback I hear from my families.
Can we get those things in writing and sign some dotted lines?
Again, it's an anecdote, but I hear it frequently.
The kids from my neighborhood, I will make sure that they're there. But I think, not a conversation for today, but a conversation that's certainly on the horizon is if legislatively distance learning is allowed as a permanent opportunity, will Fargo explore a virtual academy option moving forward? We obviously know that it would, in a non-COVID setting, probably not be utilized at that same level. Right now, our largest elementary school is 700 and something kids, and that's our virtual academy. And I believe we have, even larger than Bismarck, the largest virtual academy in the state, and with more students trying to register. I don't know if we'll even have 100 in a non-COVID setting, but whether we even offer that option to the 50 to 75 kids that want it, is that going to be something that we do or not? That impacts this conversation down the road as well, and that's something for us to figure out.
So as a result of having this on the agenda today, what do you need from us? Or is this conversation satisfactory?
Well, we plan to go forward with the targets that are set in our guiding principles. And so the consideration is just consideration if you would like to have it brought forward to a planning or governance type meeting to discuss, because it would have to change in the guiding principles that we follow. So I guess for information though, just so you know that we do look at combo classes. And I don't know if we've ever talked about that. And so I just wanted to make sure that we do have a couple combo classes, and we probably will in the future when we're trying to get the class size reduced and it works between 2 grade levels.
And those guiding principles are in our long-range plans, which will be presented in January. So we would need to know before then, or when those documents are reviewed, if that's something the board would want us to change.
Robin?
So I know that this is only fluctuating by 2 numbers at the 4th and 5th grade levels. So how do those cohorts, what I'm hearing is there'll probably be maybe an extra classroom of K through 3. I'm just trying to figure out how those cohorts consistently feed through one building. Are you tracking with me there? Okay.
Actually, it's the difficult part with our different size buildings. So for McKinley, I'm going to use an extreme example. They might have 2 sections through 2nd grade, and then about 3rd and 4th grade, we'll say a combo section would allow us to help, which does reduce by a teacher, if that makes sense. When you have a larger school, you're able sometimes just to not have that section. That's Centennial when they have 5 sections across. But we only have Centennial and Bennett that have 4 to 5 sections per grade level. The most of our buildings are 3 to 4. And so that's where I think I wanted to make sure any change we made, if we look at it, would be that combination section would happen more frequently.
Missy, is there, and I'm trying to go through Hattie's list right now as well, was there any impact of a combo section? Because we have to weigh combo versus class size, right? And I don't know if you looked at that at all.
No, in fact, I think I would have to do a little research on that going forward, because it is a lot of work because it's not traditional to make sure that you're balancing. My own son went through a combo section, and there are some really wonderful things that happen when you mix those ages together, but it also has to make sure that you're holding to the ELOs for each of the grade levels for the students.
So looking at what we have to address still on the agenda here, it looks like a variety of these items could end up coming for a planning discussion. David?
Missy, when you, in your considerations, when you raised the targets for 4th and 5th and essentially raised the one for 2nd and 3rd, did you look at all at dropping the target for K through 1 to say 19?
We average across the district right now around 19 And that was last year too, so that has not changed. Kindergarten, first grade, we worked very hard to, if we hit that target, to add a section, to prioritize the youngest learners. If we were going to, like you said, drop it, I know that we'd have a couple places where we would need to add. There wouldn't be a savings, so it would add a section, a few sections. So in kindergarten, for example, or in first grade, if we did drop it to 19, we would have to add a couple sections, and then, a couple things. We'd have to look at space as we go forward, but we would need a few more sections. I could count that up for you.
But you're saving 7, so there would still not be an increase in the FTEs. There'd still be a decrease in the FTEs.
Yep, there certainly could be. Just what I have found in our system is that it might not be the right building. So we might run into a situation where we don't have the space, is gonna be our only piece. But we would work through that.
You're saying there wouldn't for sure be a decrease of 7. There could be.
Yeah, there could,
Right.
exactly.
Okay, so kindergarten, the current guidelines are 21, considerations are 21. Second through third grade, the target's 21 to 22, the considerations would be 22, so, and then fourth through fifth, current guidelines 22, considerations target 24, and you said that's where we're focusing on the considerations section here. So I guess, is there anyone here that really, we're only talking about the fourth and the fifth in terms of moving up? Is there anyone that has any real objections?
And it would be second grade also, by 1.
Second grade by 1, but not off of our target. Our target is 21 to 22, right? Or am I
Yeah,
not reading this
it's
correctly?
tricky. If you read our guidelines, it's K through 2 is 21, 3 through 5 is 22. So
Got
I
it.
just wanted to make sure I'm clear on
Got it.
that.
Okay, yep, thanks. All right, does anyone have any real reservations on this? Or is this something that, I'm trying to figure out, does something like this need to come in, back to planning for discussion? Or is administration free to move forward this
Well-
way? Rupak?
We're gonna bring our long-range plans through planning before they go to the board. That's just our process. So, prior to you just making that statement, I thought we were gonna redo do our long-range plans with this current guiding principles, unless we're being told here to use the considerations, or planning can decide to make that change at that time if they want to do.
Okay, what way are we following then? Under current guidelines? Because I might have misinterpreted what you said, Missy. I was thinking that I was following it, that it was under the
Was
considerations.
planning
end.
to stay with our current guidelines unless you guys gave us further direction to look into this or update.
Then I misheard what you said. I apologize. So we're following the current guidelines. Jennifer?
I guess just to throw comments in here too, so that it's clear. From my perspective, if we're all on the same page, for me, it's a data-driven decision. And if there's no data showing that this is going to harm students in terms of their education, I haven't heard a reason why not to say we should move forward under the considerations. And why delay it? That it would be like having to do your work twice. So I guess if we're all on the same page, I see it as, let's just make that call. Because I feel like this is work that wasn't just done like last night.
Brian?
Yeah, I'm comfortable. Sounds like you've put a lot of thought into it, and I appreciated your article as well. Yeah.
Okay, now I feel like we're going back and forth here. I feel like a couple of us have said, move towards the considerations end. But I don't know really what the whole consensus of the board is, so. Jim, you stepped out for a second, but we're talking about if the plan gets built with the guidance of following the current guidelines or the new considerations.
This is kind of the
Robin?
middle of the donut.
That's what I feel like too. I just want to make sure that I think what my understanding is that the plan is being built under the current guidelines, and that's how it's gonna be presented to us. And, with us just knowing that those other considerations are there. If we, I don't really know what we're supposed to be doing with these other considerations, since they're being presented to us in terms of information. It just, if it's just FYI in case we're requesting some changes. Jim?
Yeah, well, I think it definitely is the middle of the donut. But I think the reality of it is, each and every one of these things, whether we address it today, is going to come up in the next 5 years. Because we have expenses that are going up at this rate, and we have revenues that are going up at this rate, and the gap is going to get bigger. So we have got to re-engineer our operating model to come in line with our revenue model, or we got to figure out how to increase our revenue line, which is a very difficult thing. So I think what they're presenting to us here are some ways that we potentially could save some dollars without having a negative impact to the quality of education, or at least no significant measurable impact. Because moving from 22 to 24 is an impact. It clearly is. But it may not be a measurable negative impact versus the savings. So whether we move this number today or you just wait until you have no choice, either way, we're going to be faced with that decision.
I feel like the information is this is being presented to us for information, not necessarily for us to be giving you guidance on. So does that make sense? Okay, good. Rupak?
We will, this year's long-range financial plan and facilities plan will use the target numbers that are in consideration. That will be something administration does, because that is in the middle of the donut. Just letting you know that when people take a bite of that donut, you will get feedback on that. So if, as board members, you would like the donut filling to change, you need to tell us at planning before this officially comes to a board vote at the January meeting. If not, we will move forward with the considerations, and we'll bring it to planning for like we do always with our long-range plan, and the board will vote on it in January. Just know that I have never met a teacher, including myself, that preferred one or two more students in my class if I had the option not to have that as well, which is why we're having that discussion today.
All right, thank you. We're ready to move on.
I think my last piece is that we're looking at efficiencies around elementary field trips and fifth grade orchestra. Did have Ainsley do a little bit of research around districts around us, and majority have fifth grade orchestra. So what we want to look at is just reviewing how we schedule fifth grade orchestra at our buildings. Right now, we have it go in at their music time, which is wonderful, but it is very difficult for those orchestra teachers to get to all of our buildings. And so we just want to look at the schedule that might cause some efficiencies for us for their schedule. One of the impacts that we're going to have to weigh is if we don't schedule it during music and we let it kind of float, the kids would be pulled out of something. And that's the conversation we need to have around it. So you're kind of playing two things. The district has committed to not having them miss something, so we pull them out of music right now, but it's very difficult with a staff of 3 orchestra teachers to get to everybody on those times. So sometimes they end up with some strange gaps in their schedule. So we just want to take a look at that as we go forward. And then the field trips piece is something we just have to go grade level by grade level, make sure that they're aligned to the ELOs and being supportive. And busing is really the most expensive piece most of the time on our field trips. But we do think it's time for us just to review that piece, K-5.
All right, thank you. Yes, Nikki.
The things that Missy just brought up, will we be discussing more at length in the future? Because I do have some thoughts, but they don't need to be right now, but I'm hoping that we do have some good discussion around those items.
Rupak?
I think we can discuss them now. I mean, these are, so this really earlier today when I talked about experience was music and orchestra. We're going to talk about this. Missy's talking about fifth grade. Bob's going to talk about middle school sectionals. Extremely proud of Fargo Public Schools for the last 17 years being recognized as a national school district that provides music education opportunities. Those cost a significant amount, and I'm not saying that they're not worth it because they absolutely are, but that's the discussion that we need to have given the chart that Jim just drew out for us with our revenues and our expenses. Fifth grade orchestra is an experience that's not required. Neighboring school districts offer it, maybe not to the same level that we do. Middle school sectionals will be another conversation that we're about to have as well. That's a sectional performance piece class that's paired with band. Not only does it require staffing and smaller classes, when we build new middle schools and high schools, and sometimes people say, why do you have so much more square footage than West Fargo, or why are your buildings costing so much more? Those are the reasons, because of those spaces, and they're intricate spaces with sound and other considerations. So let's have that conversation here and let us know this is something we want to discuss further as a board, or we want to put it to bed, because this is an investment worth making as a district, and if that's the case, then let's make that claim, and then we'll move forward.
Nikki, do you think that your comments would be pertinent now, or do you want to after we have the middle school sectional conversation?
It
Okay,
could wait till then.
all right,
Thank you.
okay. Tracy, did you have a comment?
Too, I'd like to hear.
That are specific in regard to the elementary school level?
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
I'll just start. I mean, one thing as the PTO president, we always talked about is like the amount of dollars per head of kids that are enjoying the program. So I guess my first question is, what percentage of our fifth graders partake in orchestra and are a part of this experience?
I can get the exact number, but when I asked Ainsley about that, she said we vary from like a third to a half of each fifth grade room participating in orchestra. So, because remember, they get the lesson with their class, so we have a significant number. One piece that she was interested in is she was thinking that we would see larger orchestras, though, at our middle school and high schools because of it. And she said we haven't really seen that retention through middle school. So they have that experience, and so she did go to a session on this at the National Music Conference, and there isn't, she said, not a lot of support that just because you start in fifth grade, you stay in it. Is that one piece of info?
Is it correct that, do we start band in middle school?
Yes,
And
yes.
yet, right. I'm thinking back to when I started orchestra in fourth grade back in Bismarck. And then continued on and into junior high. I thought to myself, well, where did all those kids go that I was in orchestra with? A lot of them went to band.
But to be clear, I mean, we don't have fifth grade band, and we don't have fifth grade choir, and we don't, you know, this is a unique, I just think it's worth discussing, the percentage of kids doing that.
And why is that some, I mean, again, I'm just thinking back even to with my own education, I was always kind of puzzled as to why the string opportunity began before the band opportunity. Is there some science behind that, or?
And woodwinds.
And woodwinds, okay.
I do not know the answer to that. I just know that it is one of it's the only choice thing that we have in the curriculum where students can optionally choose that option. I do know it becomes in competition with other needs. So anytime that you're adding FTEs as you go forward. So it takes 3 FTEs right now to cover all the buildings, and I wouldn't say it's our most efficient model. So we'll look at that. But if we were gonna say, I'm gonna go back to Jim's point about our graph, it's really hard to say that you'd add 3 more FTEs to offer band and 3 for choir across the board for that experience. So it has a large impact.
Nikki, did you ask your questions?
Well, my mind is racing. No, I haven't. But I guess I'm an avid supporter of the arts, and I'm also very proud of what FPS has been able to offer, because statewide, we truly are a leader. And it provides those opportunities for those kids that aren't in sports or doing other things. And I just really feel strongly that we need to support forms of it or keep it in place or what we need to do. I mean, the theater, what we offer those kids in theater and music and, you know, painting and clay. And when it comes to, what do I want to say, field trips, my heart broke when we took the Wahpeton Zoo out of there. And I was told it was because of busing, because it's 2 miles beyond where it's supposed to be for busing. I don't know if that's right. But those experiences are the things, I bet I could go around the room and all of us could remember something they did outside of the classroom that had impact on the person that you are today. And if we aren't giving those kids opportunities, how can we expect to turn out well-rounded adults? So I guess I've just got tons of questions and we don't have to do it all today, but I'd like to see us continue to support it. So if we need to have a healthy conversation.
Robin?
I completely agree, Nikki. And then it's a matter of where do those funds come from if we have lower revenues? And so it's really a balancing act. Every action has a reaction. I do know from personal experience that our music program is incredibly generous. And I don't fault anybody for that, but again, that's that experience. And it makes our delivering our education model more expensive.
Jennifer?
Along those lines, that's exactly what my question was going to be. So when you talk about comparisons to other districts and Fargo's offerings, can we quantify that somehow so we have a better understanding? Because, you know, I think everyone agrees with what you're saying in terms of opportunities for our kiddos, but it would help me understand, what are we talking about here? How much more are we offering than others at this point?
Standard of effort.
Excuse me, but what does that mean?
Right.
Yeah.
Comparing it to others.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think what we're saying is if we could get a little bit more information in terms of where does Fargo Public Schools go above and beyond some of the neighboring districts in this area, that would help.
So I hear a request to build a chart that would kind of show then for, it's more than just saying we have fifth grade orchestra, we have 50 minutes a week, or compared to a different district that has 20. I'm not sure, but it's, so I can put it into a chart. Okay.
I'm just gonna play both sides of it here. Like I said at the top of this work session, that this is not, these are administration considerations. There's not recommendations here because it's a matter of what the vision you want to set for the school district. So even personally, I don't have an advocacy one way or the other, and I think the comparison to other school districts are good too, but then there's also just some things that are part of Fargo's identity, right? And the board has to make those decisions, and we just want to know moving forward, is that the case or not? So just put everything in full context, but I think we can absolutely get that chart about what's happening with fifth grade orchestra across other neighboring school districts. But if it's a memory tied to Fargo Public Schools, or, you know, we've talked about our Plains Art Museum contract, and everyone has an experience of going and making that clay hamburger. Some of those things become part of the identity. We talk about Trollwood, right? That's an investment we decide to make as a school district because we understand the qualitative value, and that's why we're having these discussions today.
Those clay hamburgers are so tasty. Nikki?
And yes, and I will have 3 by the time we're done here. But there is also research to suggest that kids that are involved in these types of activities, and that includes sports and music and all these types of things, tend to be a little stronger achievers and tend to prioritize things better. I'd like to look at some of those stats too before we, now, having saying fifth grade orchestra, if you tell me that's $1 bajillion and we can do something different there, as long as they have a musical experience, so they're learning to read music, participate in it, if it's singing, if it's chimes, if it's drums, if it's something else, I think the experience of having that music is important. But it's also tied to education and success a lot of times. So I'd like to see, I know there's a ton of research out there. I don't want us to get rid of it because we can save a little bit. I mean, it needs to be substantial to take some of that away.
Tracy?
That actually ties into my question, and it just may be a little pie in the sky, but I'm just curious what we aren't offering or doing because of the expense of fifth grade orchestra. Like what are other districts doing, or how could those dollars be allocated to exactly your point, Nikki, and in other ways? for music? Because it sounds like it's a significant expense, and if we're, or maybe even said another way, how could those dollars be spent to include 75% of our students instead of 25 or 50?
I think it's a great question. So when I was visiting with Ainsley, as we're talking about optional versus an experience for all, and could we repurpose the position? So, and we were brainstorming, but we didn't know, because when we found out that the majority of schools are offering fifth grade orchestra, we thought that what we could do is really work on our efficiency of scheduling. But one of the things that we did talk about is there experience where all kids would get something extra? Maybe they get a quarter of theater, a quarter of, choir, a quarter of, for feeder programs for what we offer. But we really were just really surface discussion of just brainstorming a little bit about some things, so to your point.
So we can look forward to some more information coming our way as you explore. Thank you. Now it's Dr. Gross's turn. Do we need a break? Seems like we still have an amount to work through, it seems like. We're not taking a break? Okay, all right. I didn't see a bunch of hands, like, yes, yeah, let's keep going.
Bob might feel bad if we all get up and leave when he gets up to speak.
Might go get a donut, because I'm getting hungry as we talk about donuts. And hamburgers, yes. So the next topic that I want to share a little bit of information around is middle school and middle school sectionals. Like Dr. Gandhi mentioned, we are not coming with a recommendation at this time. It's just to give you some information around this topic so that as other decisions have to be made, you have this information. So what I thought I would go back to is what happened in 2015 when a task force of parents and teachers and community members came together to revamp the middle school schedule. What's in front of you right now on the screen is the outcome of that work. This is our middle school schedule in grades 6, 7, and then I'll scan a grade 8 in just a minute. But what you'll see is the number of periods each day that students experience language arts, math, science, and so on. And since we're talking about music sectionals, you'll notice that there is one period every other day that all 6th grade students are either in a general music class or they are connected with band, choir, or orchestra. And during that time, that's when they receive their sectionals. And sectionals are very small groups that come together really to focus in on technique, learning the instrument, learning more about my instrument, which is my voice, or actually the instrument that I am playing. And it gives the instructor a wonderful amount of time to provide that instruction in a very small setting. And then if you look at grade 7, now as we move into grade 7, you can see the schedule. And in there it says music sectionals or art. So it's in grade 7 that our students then are asked to make a choice if they're going to continue with their instrument and have sectionals. They would not be in that art course. Those who are not part of the music sectional certainly are in art education. And as we talked just previously about providing as many different options in the areas of the arts as we can, you'll notice in grade 7 there is a creative dramatics or a theater class that is required for all of our students. So they do have that experience at the middle school. Then in grade 8, same thing. You see music sectionals on that list. That now is opposite of a study hall in grade 8. So where a student would have those sectionals is placed into the schedule. It's an every other day opportunity. Typically, if a student is in band, they have their sectional. If they are in orchestra, they have their sectional. If they're in band and orchestra, that's where the rub becomes, because there's only so much time in the day. And typically, I'll say, and it's not all the time, but typically the focus has been more on the instrument, the physical instrument, than the the instrument, my voice. So sectionals have been in band or choir band or orchestra over choir if I'm in 2 of them. Also, what you'll notice in this schedule, back in 2015, we talked about where large group band, choir, and orchestra should be. Previous to that, that was before the school day started. So typically, students had to get their own transportation to the school for their large band, choir, orchestra experience. The task force in 2015 said, let's move that into the day so that it does not disadvantage any of our students. And if they are in one of those opportunities, they get to be part of that large group, not dependent upon transportation. So that was then linked with advisory. So advisory is on a 3-day rotation at the middle school, where advisory, the main tenet of that is to build relationships, to teach some social emotional learning opportunities, and really to build that teamwork on a small group of, or with a small group of students. We have set it up that every third day, students will leave their advisory for their large group band, or they may leave their advisory for their large group orchestra, or if they're in choir, they can only be in choir and band or choir and orchestra, because we wanted to leave one day for that true advisory experience, if that is teaching the social emotional learning lessons or building those teamwork opportunities. So that's the schedule, and that's where both large group and those sectionals fall into the day. The next question might be, what do those sectionals look like? So just to give you some a look, this is sectionals for last year. And please know I chose last year because we are in a very unique situation right now where we have about 450 of our middle school students taking part of our virtual academy. So if I would have pulled that data, it would have been skewed. But what you can see, A through D is one school, E through H is another school, I through L is another school. And you can see that there are sectionals or periods of the day in which a teacher works with a small group of students on a particular instrument. And what's on the screen now is our band instruments. But as I scroll even further, we will get down into orchestra. So you can see violin and viola and cello and so on. And if I scroll a little bit further, you'll see that we do have those sectionals for choir as well. What I wanted to do by sharing this information with you is just to allow you to see the size of those sectionals. And they are small groups, anywhere from 2 to 3 in some cases, up to 14, 15 students who come together to really learn that instrument, to get small group instruction where they're at. So then if we look at the next piece that helps us through this conversation, what does that mean for staffing purposes? So up on the top of the screen in column B through E, the first 6 rows, you can see what our staffing pattern is, and that is full-time equivalents in the different areas at Ben Franklin, Carl, Ben, and Discovery. And the number of staff who have sections for that general music, again, that would be grade 6, who might be teaching band or might be teaching band sectionals. The one thing I didn't pull out of here, we have a few people in band, choir, orchestra who may be teaching 1 or up to a total of maybe 2 sections in each building for some of our adaptive music. So they're incorporated into that grouping. And as we get down further in the data set, I'll show you where that's at. So really you can see in column G6 the total FTE that we have at the middle school in the area of music education. The question comes to, like Mr. Johnson said, when we get to the point where we may need to look for areas in our district that we are providing something above and beyond what other districts are doing, what could that be? Again, this is not a suggestion or a recommendation, it's just to provide you that information. The thought is, what if our system did not have sectionals? What would that staffing pattern look like? And what you'll see is I projected, saying we would still provide that general music, I'm thinking, unless we change the middle school schedule completely and say it's not a requirement, but I think we would probably still want to do that. And then we would look at somehow changing the schedule so that students would get a large group experience every other day. Because that is one thing that is different between our schedule and some of our peers, where our large group is every third day. Most districts, most other middle schools are an every other day experience. So we have a little bit longer time period in between when our students have their large group opportunities. This would say, let's change that to every other day, and making a projection that we would need 2 or 3 sixth grade bands, 2 or 3 seventh grade bands, and knowing that that varies each year dependent upon student interest. How many students want to be in band, choir, or orchestra? And then on this chart, you'll see in row 14, I did include that adaptive music. It's our music staff who are providing some opportunities for students through their IEP who may need an adaptive music course. So if this was the course that we went and we said no more sectionals at the middle school, you could see that that would equate to about 9.9 FTE that we would need to take care of all of those opportunities. I wanted to make sure that my thinking wasn't off, so I just wanted to look at what that staffing pattern is currently at our high schools, because that's where we don't have sectionals at this time. And you can see at Davies, North, and South, the number of FTE in the areas of music, and there's a total of about 8.4 FTE for music education at our 3 comprehensive high schools. This does not include Woodrow Wilson, where we do provide a guitar course, so that would be additional FTE, but that's not in this section. So then, if that's 9.9, you take that away from the 20 or so, you see that without sectionals, there's about a difference of 11 FTE. And then the math is there, not knowing where people might be, if it was an average of $60,000 per FTE, where that would equate to. Now, knowing that our district typically has not ever, that I know of, and I've been here probably the longest, gone through a process where we've done reduction in force. We've always done it through attrition. Knowing that if this might be a model that we would say, let's explore this further, what would be some of the steps that we could get to that point? Also knowing that we probably want to give our students the opportunity to really learn that instrument, to be able to know how to play that trumpet. I'm a trumpet player, so I'll use that one, as they move forward. So what if we had a different version of that and said we did band during the day, but we offered sectionals for grade 6, so that those students would have that small group opportunity to really learn that instrument. You can see how that shakes out with staffing. This is an estimate, again, because this is student interest driven. We don't know if it would be 2 or 3 bands in each of those areas or 2 or 3 orchestras. So this is an estimate. That would come to about 16 FTE or a reduction of just about 5. So it really depends upon the thinking as we move forward. This again was just for information, little history of where we're at, where sectionals are at during the day, large group is at during the day. This is something that has come up in other conversations because it is something that we do that most other districts do not. We are putting together that chart that you just talked about, that standard of effort. So we will have that pulled together very quickly, but what we're finding is most do not, and if a district does, they are providing individual lessons during the day, and students then are pulled out of their math class or their science class to come to that lesson, but it's not as often as the sectionals that we offer. So it was just for your information about where we're at and some information for your conversations and discussions.
Thank you. Tracy and Rupak.
I have a 2-part question. So if I heard you correctly, why or how was the decision made for the sectionals used to previously be offered before or after school? Why was it made to come during the day? Mm-hmm. And then secondly, how did that affect FTE, and salaries? Or what would it look like going back to before or after school?
So it was the large group band choir orchestra that was before the day. Sectionals were always during the day. And that large group was every other day. So kids would come on an A day or a B day for their large group. When it was moved to this plan, that reduced that large group opportunity from every other day to every third day. But the benefit from that was moving it into the day. No student was dependent upon their mom or dad or them being able to walk to school for that opportunity. We now have transportation that gets students to the school. They can be part of this no matter what. When we looked at the cost of that, it was fairly cost neutral because our music staff were being compensated for that preschool or before school opportunity, the same way they're being compensated now.
Rupak?
Without a doubt, challenging conversation. I don't think anyone on administration ever likes to talk or wants to recommend reducing student experiences across the board. I think this is one of those conversations, and I don't mean just middle school sectional 7th and 5th grade orchestra, class sizes, all the conversations we've had today. These are the conversations that I would call either staff report or board education, because the board does have a fiduciary responsibility. You will be going into and having conversations with our staff at negotiations. It's important to know that 80% of our budget is going to salaries and benefits. So the concept where our expenses are going to continue to rise at a higher rate than our revenue, but we keep feeling like we can cut from the other 20% unless we have a hard look conversation around some of these things that impact FTE, some of these things that have that might impact student experiences. Administration's always going to be in a little bit of a pickle because we're not going to know what you can do to move that direction. So that's really the purpose of this conversation. Like Bob said, we don't have a recommendation because it's a matter of conflicting priorities and what is that vision that we want to set in the school district, but we have to be able to talk about some of these things where we go above and beyond. They do impact FTE. We would never recommend a reduction in FTE. Bob's alluded to that as well. But at the same point, if we don't have these conversations, then as a district, how are we going to get to financial solvency?
David?
I think this is also an excellent opportunity for GAC, because when legislators say, well, you say you don't have enough money, what are you going to do? I mean, these are specifics. We're going to have to increase class size. We're going to have to look at reducing music. I think this could be worked into our legislative agenda too.
Robin and then Brian?
So there are controversial issues that this board deals with, and I always say boundaries is always the toughest. A couple years ago, this was, hold on to your hats if we're going to have this conversation, because it's going to be a wild ride. And I was right in the middle of it, no thanks to my husband. So anytime we talk about cutting something, people are going to come out in force. We had the same conversation around the number of people that are taking all the foreign languages. We could not get rid of German, even though there were very few kids taking that class. So I guess what I'm saying is just hold on to your hats, guys. When we talk about cutting anything, we are going to hear about it. And so really it's a matter of, and I hate to use the term worth, but something's got to give.
And Robin, I would say, like, in the conversation doesn't even have to be about cutting. You can also say we don't want to cut, but then how are we going to go to where we need to go moving forward? Is that going to be, make an assumption of what you think you're going to get legislatively every biennium, and are you going to spend all of that on salaries and benefits? And if so, great. Then just know that administration will not be able to add to any other part of the district program. And if that's the vision, then that's fine. But we talk about the donut, and we talk about if there's expectation on the outside part of the donut, and we don't have the resources to get there, but then we're not cutting from anywhere else, it's just a no-win situation. So, we're not saying cut, we're just saying what is the value that we want to provide, and if it's stay the course, then that's stay the course. But at the point where your revenues and expenditures don't match, what are you going to do?
And all of this information that's being presented to us today, we have requested it to help us make decisions as we go forward budget-wise. Brian, did you have a comment?
Just, I look at it as, like Yak, you talk about Senator Sean Vita at District 6 said, there's 960 million short. in the upcoming 21, 23 biennium. So I don't think there's any extra money laying around at the state level either. And I said, well, what's that based on? That's based on $46 oil. And then the other thing I suppose would be elective versus required, is what we're gonna be looking at too.
Anyone else have anything?
We have, sheets and data on some of the other things that we've gone through today, but it'd be great if you could email this data out to us, so we have it.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I will also tell you that the plan today was to show our hub because that's auto-populated live, and the hub is down this morning. So I think Dr. Gross put together the spreadsheet last minute, like at 7 o'clock this morning, but we can get it to you. So that was.
Thank you, Dr. Gross. You're a pro at the spreadsheets, so. it's pro. Okay, anyone have, Nikki?
I'll just share this for the good of the order, because I've had 2 kids now go through middle school, one's in middle school. The sectionals are amazing. I have seen impressive growth in them being able to manage their instruments. So I can't say it's not worth it, but I see your point. The other thing is, that schedule right there made me that parent when it came to, I think even, was it 6th grade? No, 7th grade. Because my daughter was in orchestra, then she had sectionals, and then she had all the things that were required. She couldn't take art. And thankfully, we are an artsy-fartsy family, and my dad's an artist, so he said, I'll teach you those things, get what you need at school. And she said, okay, I'll take it in 8th grade. Same conundrum in 8th grade. Because she had all these other things, couldn't take art. And here is a kid who loves art, she's as creative as all get out, did not have that opportunity. Now she's in high school, again, she had to make a choice. You know what she did? She gave up her viola that she'd been playing since 5th grade because she wanted to have art. So as kindly as I could, that schedule made me a little crazy. So I guess to Tracy's point, I would love to see if we could still do sectionals, but to something else. Or maybe it is just something we offer in 6th grade so that they've got, if they're gonna continue, they've got a good understanding of how that instrument works, besides just their good group. So there's kind of 2 different viewpoints there. If she weren't doing that, she could have done something else. The flip side is she did it, and she gained incredible knowledge on her instrument. So we bought her her own viola for Christmas, and she quit.
Just to piggyback on that, I said that this came to be in 2015. In 2014, there was a recommendation to change the middle school schedule. It came to the board. There was conversation around that, and the thought was that we needed to go back one more time, and that's where the middle school task force came to be. So absolutely right. It is very difficult to put all of the things that we want to provide for our students, all those experiences, in an 8-period day without having some type of choice that forces a student not to get something else. And that certainly wasn't our hope or our plan, and that's why you'll see some of the other things are required in other grades, but a student wasn't able to have them each and every year. But just more history.
Thank you, Dr. Gross. Robin?
Fargo Public requires more credits to graduate than other schools, correct?
We do.
So are we at 24?
4.
And typically, what's the, I hate to look at minimums, but what's the minimum?
There are 2 different minimums that are there. Where we offer or require additional is in the area of health and physical education. So that's where we've increased by those 2 additional credits. There is an alternative high school graduation piece if a student is not meeting certain criteria. So for example, she or he has failed X number of classes or is in the bottom quartile of their class, they can graduate with fewer credits. So there are options for students, but we do require more for the majority of our students, by 2.
All right. How about we close out this part of the day, take a short break, and come back as close to 11:30 as possible, and we'll take care of the student transportation part. All right, we're back. Jackie's here, she's waiting. We're on transportation. So take it away, Jackie.
All right, so the same conversation we've had all morning, really, on here's some options and some items for you to consider. Transportation is one of those that comes up frequently. We do spend quite a amount of money on that. I do have Chris Pinkney over here. For those of you who have never met him, he is our transportation coordinator, so he is the person who schedules our routes and works very closely with Valley Bus. So if you have any really pressing questions, I'm going to have Chris help me out. So just to give you a little perspective on how much we do spend on transportation, the current year budget, it's about 4%, almost $6 million, I believe is what that number comes out to. So just so you kind of have that in the back of your mind, it is one of our higher ticket items that we do offer to our families and our students. I did not use 2020 information in any of the remaining slides just because it would be so skewed with having almost 3 months that was not where we didn't have our typical costs. So I did go back and use 2019 just because it maintains a little more consistency. But to give you an idea, in that 5-year period, our costs have gone up a little over 37%. And as we go a little further into it, we'll figure out why. That has happened. Well, this does come out a little small. It probably came out a little small on your sheets too. So we really, nothing in this presentation includes anything to do with student activities or field trips or anything of that nature. This is truly just our cost to transport to and from school, as well as a shuttle route that we run between the high schools for our CTE programs as well. But as you can see on this slide, especially the line one, our transportation for before and after school or to and from school, it really is starting to shift or did shift a few years ago. We are now spending more money to transport special education students in our district than we are the remaining regular ed, or however you want to, what the correct terminology would be for that, but for our regular routes. Yes.
Are we required to do special education transportation?
We would be required to do special ed no matter what. It's the regular ed that is not required. So, and we'll talk a little bit more about special ed too, and who determines transportation needs in those areas as well. So some information or some ideas on what can drive cost in transportation. Obviously our enrollment. So when students increase, we have more kiddos to transport, so more routes. Demographics, so definitely the needs for special services is a huge cost driver for Fargo Public Schools. And then, of course, on the contractor end or on Valley Bus's end, you know, they have operational cost increases as well every year, increasing wages, fuel costs fluctuate, and then the need to add additional equipment for us as we have to increase or expand our routes. So to talk on enrollment a little bit, in that same time frame where costs have gone up about 37%, our overall, and I used average daily membership for this, increased 4%. Regular ed increased 0.5%, while special ed and pre-K each getting close to 30% of an increase. So you'll see that really what is driving a lot of that special ed transportation increase is because of the number of students coming into our district or being identified for services. And this just kind of touches on that with the special ed. We've had an increase of 388 students. In the more recent years, it's been almost 100 students a year. And I just noted the kind of the 4 main disability areas that are the highest number of kids in that population that we've seen recently, which is in autism, speech and language, non-categorical delay, and then other health impairments. So operational costs, touched on briefly there. John McLaughlin mentioned to me that in that same time period of 2014 to 20 19, they've gone from roughly $14 an hour to $17 an hour to try to attract drivers and keep them. Of course, everyone's employee benefits and health insurance costs go up every year as well. And then interesting, I thought, was that in that time frame, they've had to add 38 buses for our routes. 30 to accommodate the special ed routes and the extended school year, which is the summer school for our special education students, and then 8 additional to accommodate our other routes that we have. Just to give you a little overview on how we receive funding from the state, because we do. It's been the same funding formula since 1972. I had to research that a little bit, but thought that was pretty interesting because that's been a long time. So basically how it's calculated has remained the same, although the inflator pieces, so the reimbursement per mile or rides are typically the only numbers that have really changed for us. And the information on the right there is just kind of a summary from 2019 of our rides that we've given and the miles that those entail. And so those do feed into our funding formula when we look at the budget and that information where we feed in those numbers to calculate our reimbursement. And we are reimbursed for about 20% of our total costs. So in a typical year, a little over $1 million we receive back. Of course, this year it will be less just because we had less to report. The last time I could find, and maybe Anne Marie has more info, but that we kind of brought on the discussion with some community membership on transportation was at the 2016 Public Focus Group. So this is what would have happened during the State of the Schools that year, and then we break off and ask some questions. And so from the community perspective, they felt that what we were doing was where they were at. The walkout zones were fine. They brought up which is true, does lack of transportation increase absenteeism for students? And then wanted to continue to provide those field trips, but brought up some of the other things we'll maybe talk about a little bit here, which is partnering with community transportation. Even John and I kind of looked on the training for bus drivers. We got a little confused on that one as I had him look at this slide too, but Valley Bus takes care of all of our training for our bus drivers. Anyway, so just wanted to give you a little slice of history on the last time we probably had a good conversation with the community on transportation. So what could be some options as it continues to increase and we need to look for ways to either just to control those costs or decrease them? We have some options. We can provide no transportation, and I'll get into all these later in the following slides. We could provide reduced transportation. We could adjust our walkout areas, have a review of special ed transportation. We could go back to charging for transportation, which was brought up earlier in some conversations, and we could look to possibly partner with public transportation. So providing no transportation. So according to Century Code, we may provide transportation to and from school. Let's keep in mind though that does not include the criteria for special education. So what would happen if we eliminated transportation? You would hear, I think, from administrators and teachers that they would be concerned with absenteeism increasing and tardiness. Families are losing something that to them is convenient and maybe necessary. They may not be able to get their kids to school otherwise. In addition, transportation on a bus to school and home is a very safe method of transportation. So we would want to look at the safety and well-being of our students. So the positives, for those who are close enough, it increases physical activity. If you have to walk, bike to school, would have to consider conditions in the wintertime that can make that difficult though as well. And if we didn't transport, of course, we'd save money. But then transportation is required for certain groups of students under federal law, and that would be those with disabilities and the homeless. So if we provided limited transportation, so really our routes are pretty even, right? A third elementary, third middle, third high. But we could look at potentially an option would be to say, let's not transport our high school students. And would that save us money? Yes. You would probably have the same pros and cons as eliminating transportation. And each of those little chunks, you know, about little over $1 million in savings to us. Walkout areas, we seem to talk about those a lot as well. But in conversations with both Chris and Valley Bus, it really, unless we did major changes, does not really save us a lot of money in the end. And I believe when we look back at a previous, when we did the transportation study even a few years ago, it still comes out to be about that same, maybe the cost savings of 2 routes, maybe 3, I think, if you really pushed it. So you're looking at anywhere from $100,000 to $150,000 to have kiddos walk, to increase those areas so you are transporting fewer students. And again, I think safety becomes part of that conversation, especially pushing out those areas sometimes pushes kids into crossing some of those really busy streets and intersections that we have in town. So special ed transportation. So transportation is related service under IDEA law, which is to and from school, between schools, in and around schools, and with specialized equipment. So really, it is determined by the IEP team if transportation is required and how that we should implement those services to our students. So why are our special ed travel costs increasing so much? So after we looked previously, over the past 5 years, we have almost a 30% increase in special ed students, and of those, 52% increased our ridership in that area. And so that just equates to quite a bit more cost with the routes being added. So some next steps we could look at, potentially with regard to special education transportation. We could conduct an external review. I believe we are having an audit done on some other areas of special education, so we could look at doing that part as well. But I think we can, in the meantime, even before that, because that may change the way we look at IEPs potentially, to work with Valley Bus. We've talked about, having maybe setting up a task force, including Valley Bus, us, some of those stakeholders, to talk about some of these other issues, which is maybe we look at putting larger capacity buses on those special ed routes instead of the small buses. And what would people feel is, acceptable time to be on a bus for students. And then just it's sometimes difficult to get our hands around all the kiddos who need transportation. So the more lead time that the transportation department can get in order to provide those routes and map them out to the best of our ability to try to save, not only the time the kids are on the bus, but just how many routes we have to put in place. And we'll go to the option to charge for transportation. We did quit doing this in 2008. And Robin, to your question, I did ask Chris quickly. Back then, everyone paid. There was no, how do I say it? Non-payment if you were on free or reduced, which was part of the reason we stopped doing that. Jim, do you have a response?
Yeah, I actually think each building principal had the ability to give bus tokens to families that could not afford to pay for the bus.
That may have been
So
happening.
quite frankly, I think most of our free and reduced students were not paying for transportation prior to us changing it.
Okay. Probably was true. Here you can see how much we did charge, right? It was, even back then, probably pretty minimal, and generated about $200,000 in revenue back then. It also was, in my opinion, maybe in Chris's, maybe not worth the effort for what it generated as return in income. as well, just from an administrative side either, so. I brought up another option with Valley Bus, which John said, no. Patrons may pay Valley Bus for services. I believe it's Grand Forks, does not, they only transport to the base. But parents can contract with the provider in town to have bus service and pay for it that way. So that's where that option came from as well. I believe Minot only transports out to and from their air base as well. They don't have transportation in town. Or in Century Code, which we'll get to quickly, is patrons pay, or we pay our parents to transport their students. Yes.
Has Fargo Public Schools ever looked at having private advertisers on the buses? I guess that would go to Valley, but I know other districts have done that as a way to generate money.
Do you mean like on the outside wrapping of the bus or
Right.
on the inside?
Okay.
Yeah, he wants, Anne-Marie needs you to come up and talk.
Oh, sorry. Sorry if that wasn't the right time.
The exteriors of the bus, under federal law of a school bus, requires that they're school bus yellow. It's a specific kind of yellow. There can't be, I forget the exact percentages, but there can only be a certain percentage of that yellow covered up by anything else, including our placards for route numbers and everything else. So inside the bus, we looked at perhaps some advertising for the insides of the bus. Some years back, Jim might remember, we looked at some of that, and there was very little advertising coming in that would want to, or that could typically advertise inside of a bus. You're talking about kids. They don't have the disposable income the parents do. So as far as the inside of the bus and the advertising for the inside of the bus, it was pretty much determined that would be ineffective. So that's kind of where it stands as far as the advertising for the on or in the buses.
I didn't think of that.
Re-examining, because I know larger districts have had quite good revenue from looking at things like that. Just a
We'll take a peek again.
I might know a pediatrician we can ask if they want to advertise.
Need some advertising? So regarding, I think this is leading down the line of some fees. Century Code does allow us to charge a fee for bus service, if we would so choose to do so. Here's just a slide on some what other areas around the country are doing. Of course, some of these are, of course, large metro areas, right, that have pretty extensive transportation in city. So, you know, would we be willing or to consider looking outside of what we normally do? Are there any laws that would hinder us from partnering with public transportation? And we do use public transportation for some students. Specifically, I think with our homeless students, we provide busing passes for them as well. So we do this somewhat, but just on a pretty small level. I think here in Fargo, people would really question the efficiency of the routes and the timeliness of the routes on what our regular in-city routes would be, so. And this is just the Century Code piece that does say that you can use public transportation, but you need to apply that criteria equally to all students in the district. So you couldn't pick out certain pockets or certain schools and say, you have to use public transportation, but we'll provide our own for the rest of you. School pays parent, and we do already do this too, very, very small though, for some special ed students where their parents are transporting. But we are allowed to do that as well. It's reasonable sum, right? But you, again, I think you have to look at applying this equally across the board. And personally, from an administrative standpoint, this would be a nightmare to manage as well, much like trying to charge fees as well, so. Some other considerations, one other thing that we've brought up or talked about in the last few years, or probably even more since we have been transporting outside of our district. There are some students that we pick up who are open enrolled, who are outside of our district. Riley's Acres is one of those areas. And I think the question of do we continue to do that? We do not provide transportation to any other open enrolled students in our district. And as well, there's legislation that is being mentioned where we no longer could even claim that for reimbursement on those routes. So I do think this is one area that we really probably need to get a decision on or focus on soon, because it may change our funding as well going forward.
Jackie?
Yes.
Do we know what that amount would be if we were to eliminate that, or is that still to be discovered?
Well, we looked, it was about 15 students. It varies, that we are picking up. I think right now, some of them probably hop on existing routes that are going outside of what we normally would. Is that correct?
And Jackie, we looked at this a little bit last year too. Chris and I looked at it, and so the average cost of a route can be anywhere between 50 to 60,000. But it's not just as simple as there's a route going out to Riley's Acres, because I think what we had to look at last year was there's a route that can potentially pick up from Washington, stop at Bend, stop at North, and go back. So maybe Chris can speak to it. Last year, we redid the route where it wasn't an additional route that was required, but then it increases potentially how long you're sitting on the bus, or whether you get off at Ben Franklin before you go to North High School and then go back to Riley's Acres based on the dismissal time. So it's just, there's a little bit of intricacies to that, but that's something that we can take a look at.
The main point there is we're not providing that type of service to any other families in our district that are open enrolled. So I just think that needs to be probably the primary consideration in that. Oh, and then lastly, we can send out, I believe you have the links. There's some interesting articles out there about what people are doing. As districts are placed in some pretty, tight predicaments with their budgets, much tighter than even than we're at, right? They really have to look for cost saving measures, and just some of the things that they've done, which some are quite out there. I don't think we'd really want to do that, but just interesting. There's a lot of information out there. So, any questions, comments, anything Chris can help us answer?
We have 5 minutes. Jennifer?
I talked a lot this time, so.
Yeah. Jackie, and I think you actually answered this before when the standard of effort report was given to us, but I think that was prior to June as well. And so it would
Correct.
be, I'm going to ask it again because I also can't remember the answer. But the standard of effort report highlighted, and I pulled it up, special ed transportation costs and then regular transportation, much like your graph did, and then compared it to other districts. West Fargo's was 1.3 and ours was 2.9. And there was a reason for that very big difference, and I don't know if it's because they own some of their own fleet for special ed, but I can't remember. I really have kind of a two-part question based on your answer.
Well, I may not give you an answer fully. I have been trying to work with the business managers to really figure out what may be driving those differences in special education. I think it's really a hard thing to put your arms around, because is it that we over-identify for transportation needs? Is it that we just have that many more students here? Just trying to figure it out, even, I think on that too, and looking at Bismarck, who has $200,000 in special ed transportation, if I remember, and, did contact Darren Schur out there, their business manager, and, from what he said, and they're, even bigger than we are as well, they really try to place those students on the regular ed buses. So they're on the regular routes. So I just think there's a lot of pieces that come into play. We could have higher needs students. Puck has his finger up over there.
Sure, I mean, it is a really difficult conversation, and I think the decision made by the IEP team is, we have a teacher and an administrator that's part of the IEP team, and the teacher serves as the case manager. The numbers that you saw in the rise in special education over the last, from 2014 to 2019, not only is it just Horizon students I've identified as, Jackie gave the 4 major areas that are just receiving maybe the least restrictive special education services, but we also have, as a district, become, I don't want to use the term magnet, but for some of the most complex special education needs as well. It is very hard for a teacher or someone sitting in an IP meeting, where I would say that Fargo Public Schools probably has more involvement with parent advocacy groups and more complex special education situations, and teachers are being pressured that my child needs a one-on-one, or they need to be able to provide transportation, where it's harder for us to say, here's why we wouldn't. So that is a difficulty for us. Some of our students in our most complex scenarios, may that be a setting C classroom or sometimes level B classrooms as well, we've had to provide individual transportation to those students, whether it's from the school to a private service provider in a cab and something back, and all of those things are adding up as well. So we will do the review. We will try to set standards at IEP meetings, but that is one area where, and I'm not saying it's not needed, just because of the legal requirement, it becomes very hard as a district to be able to say, no, we can't, or if a parent and an advocate say, we think we need this, that's a standstill that happens at a lot of IEP meetings, whether it's transportation or a paraeducator, and we're trying to tackle both.
Tracy?
That was actually one of my questions. So given that this, you mentioned that we get reimbursement from the state, is there federal reimbursement for transportation, given that we're told we have to do this, and specifically around special ed? Is there a chance to get?
No, well,
Okay.
I shouldn't say no. We do receive federal funding for special ed, which we utilize on our teaching staff to provide, more teachers in our classrooms. Boy, I think the federal mandate said that they were initially supposed to pay 60%. I think we get maybe 20%. Actually, so really it's those mandates passed on by the federal government that they do not fulfill on their end. So is there more money out there? Not that we aren't already receiving, and we do not use it for transportation.
Okay, and then given what Rupak was saying, that we have become this, I'll repeat the word magnet, yeah, sorry. Is that an opportunity for us to look at like grants or qualifying for more money, either state or federally, because we are carrying that burden for the state?
I think if anything comes up, we always do look at it. If anyone, I know many of you at times too do come upon funding opportunities and pass them along to us to take a peek at. I wish there was more available to us for that. I do think when you mentioned as well the magnet piece, but just think of all of the providers in town that have sprung up in the last maybe even 5 years, providing more specialized services to students who need the help. I just see it continuing to grow as more people move to Fargo to access those services for their students.
And Robin, I know you had your hand up. I'm thinking, as GAC chair, this might be something that you're taking on.
This is I was going to answer the federal question. IDEA is probably the longest unfunded mandate that there is. They have minimum requirements, and typically they allocate, 30%, but it's getting lower for our percentage. So aren't they supposed to be at 70?
Is it 70? Okay,
Yeah.
I'm just pulling
Yeah.
numbers.
So we have these mandates to provide these services, which we want to do anyway, but it is absolutely unfunded. And from the state legislative level, there has not been there's actually been anti-interest to supplant federal dollars. They will not take on the requirements from the feds at the state level.
Because you're the right person to ask this, does the state then allocate different funds per amount of special education you're transporting, or do they just get a blanket amount? So every district gets the same?
No, we have a weighted per pupil funding formula.
Is special ed a part of that?
Yep.
Okay, so that's at least.
So I'll add on to that a little bit. So weighted funding formula, the last biennium, and I think the year before then too, because I was looking at their document, for Fargo Public Schools, we have always prioritized underfunded programs. And what you'll see, and we can pull up our last legislative documents, is that special education and EL, although it's a weighted formula, when you get to a higher concentration of populations like big districts like Fargo and West Fargo, the gap is just way too significant. It is so underfunded. There's another component here. There is low-hanging fruit that I'll work with Robin and all the board members on, is that there's a special education deduct that happens. So probably your two biggest magnets for special education services in the state are Fargo and West Fargo school districts because of what we have in our community, and Jackie talked about that. We also have, both our districts have a 30% mobility, and we swap a lot of kids back and forth. Students that are on IEPs that go back and forth, when we take a West Fargo student or West Fargo takes one of our students, for their special education related services, the way the current funding formula is written is that the state takes almost a 60 to 70% deduct in their tuition transfer as well. So that's a significant hit to us. It's not just about transportation for special education, but it's about the whole scheme of special services for that child. So legislatively, we are working on that as a group of superintendents. I know that's something that our school board and most school boards should endorse as well, but it's still gonna, the overall program is gonna continue to remain underfunded, and then the transportation piece of itself is still gonna be a significant consideration for us.
Brian, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, you know, having many years of dealing with this, I don't see a lot of any solutions in this pamphlet here, presentation. I don't want to disrespect what you've done either, because it's very good. I just don't, I don't see how we can improve transportation in terms of money-wise, other than what you're doing to examine routes and how can we do it better. But I just don't see it's almost like we're gonna really bite the bullet on this area of our budget and figure out how to do it differently elsewhere, or to get these grants that, if they're out there, to get money into transportation. But I just don't see any opportunities here. And we're definitely not gonna go and run our own buses and all that. I don't see that option either. And this isn't the first time. When this came up, I remember in Rolette, North Dakota, where Harlow Hegness, he had the company within the town, and he was running them for them, and the Rolette board wanted to see if they could run their own buses. This is a major employer in your town, and I just don't see any opportunity here.
Rupak?
I mean, I think, going back to what Jackie said, we'd at least want to know, you know, if not today, but at a future planning meeting, but this year before we build the budget, do we stop providing transportation to routes outside of our school district, especially if they're not reimbursable, starting the next school year? And then what I'm hearing, I mean, if Brian speaks for everyone, is that no option to consider charging or walkout radiuses or any of that. And if that's the case, then we'll move forward.
Robin, and then Jim?
I agree with Brian. I would support not paying, or we should be charging for out of our district because they are enrolling in. That's at least my feeling. I will say it's a nightmare to run your own transportation company because employing, I have a fleet of buses and vans myself, and it's a whole nother animal. And I would say if we had to have a forced choice conversation between busing and sectionals, I would keep busing, because I think getting the kids there is so important. And typically the kids that take the buses have parents that don't have vehicles, that their parents are working shift hours, so it disproportionately hurts some of our lower income families, and I'm not okay with that.
Jim, then Nikki?
You actually had one piece of information up there that just begged another piece of data. It looked like we'd save, I don't know, $1 million to $1.5 million if we eliminated busing for high school students. How many high school students in a normal day, this is not a normal year, I get that, actually take a school bus?
Do you know that one, Chris?
Right off the top of my head.
He's gonna want you.
But that being said, in a normal day, seeing as the 4 grade levels of the high school are able to procure a driver's license. That being said, many of them do. Disproportionately, the students at the high school level that are riding the bus are from a lower income social economic status. Again, shift work, only one vehicle in the family, those are the kids that typically are riding the bus to and from the high school. And of course, we're gonna have more in the afternoons than we would have in the mornings. That's all the way across the board. Yeah, our numbers for high schoolers are not like they would be for even 3 grades of middle school. We just don't have that ridership. Many of them are already driving.
Thank you.
Nikki?
Thank you. I am part of various task forces through the state, and through that, I've seen a lot of interesting things. But there are school districts out there, I can guarantee you your attendance will plummet because their main issues are getting their kids to school. They said, we can teach them if we can get them here, but we can't get them here. So just something to think about with, yeah.
I do think that the discussion about Riley's Acres is one worth considering. And it sounds like it might not be so much regarding the financial end, but just to be consistent with what we're doing in other areas. So I would be supportive of us looking at that. It seems like, I really value the information that we've received here. It's very detailed and thorough. And even if we decide to not make any changes at all, or any major changes, it doesn't mean that this isn't, we need this kind of information in order to help us make those decisions. That's what I'm trying to say. So thank you very much, Jennifer.
So kind of to build on actually what you just shared with us, Chris, what Jim asked around high school students and lower ridership. I'm assuming we have the number, and then it makes me think of Grand Forks. Could something like that sort of unique possibility exist for those that do need it? Because they might be coming from core areas where we could separately organize it so that would not be something that we would be putting those families in a position of not having any option for transportation, and perhaps that would still allow for savings. So that would be my question for you. And then secondly, I guess just to comment on the Riley's Acres, if we're talking about 15 students, I agree with you, Robin. I think if we want to make a charge for that service, yes, but just yanking it, I don't, it's quite a distance for families, and I think they do have that option right now for a neighboring district if they live out there as well. So, I don't know if that means potentially we would lose 15 families as well to a different district if busing is ultimately their decision. So that's a consideration too. But the Grand Forks idea has me interested in how that works.
So in terms of moving forward with putting together a plan, it seems like we're not saying figure it out on, we're not making any major changes here or talking about, or you're not receiving feedback from us that indicates that we're talking about approaching major changes to what we're doing for transportation.
No, I think as we start building the budget for next year, we can bring some numbers on the high school ridership and maybe bring that to a planning committee and see if there's anything that we want to do. I would probably, at this point, write our long-range facilities plan for next year to exclude free transportation for areas outside of our school district, and then we can have that conversation at planning of what that looks like. And to Jennifer's point, yeah, we have families that are expecting it, but it's also a double-edged sword because Riley's Acres has TV commercials that say, "Come live in Riley's Acres, and you get a bus to Fargo Public Schools." So, the chicken or the egg situation there as well. I mean, it's just something that we're going to have to consider. I joke around all the time with my wife because Richland sends a bus in Fargo, which is not okay to me, but she does that too, and we have those conversations as well. If it's not reimbursable next year, I know it's a convenience, but we also have to look at all the families that come into our school district that don't live in our school district, and they don't have a busing option. So why does one neighborhood get that over another?
So,
Yes, Robin?
so expanding on what Jim was saying, so if we looked at the high school, maybe we look at partnering with the city bus, just on that section. I mean, that might be something to explore, and I constantly analyzing efficiencies is what we expect you to do, so, you know, are we over-identifying for special needs? And those are all, I think those are continuous improvement items, but
Yeah, we can definitely take a look at that high school aspect to see what that may look like based on numbers, what it means, where are those students located, that type of scenario, just to see what that could maybe look like in partnering with Matt Trans somehow on it.
yeah, and then when you're looking at that, I would be interested to know what behavior issues are on city buses, because if we have behavior issues on our personal ones, then who's responsible for those, and that gets sticky too.
Yeah, I'm sure the city bus would have, or Matt Transit would have some discussions they would like us to have regarding that, if that would be the route, so.
Yes.
Nikki, and then I know we need to move on to the last item.
I just have a quick question because it didn't get answered, but back to Rupak's question of, are we opposed to charging any fees? If we are opposed to that, then I would hate to see them put a bunch of time into that. Is everybody opposed to that idea? I just thought we should get you an answer.
At that high level, yes, I would say, overall. Robin?
I'm opposed to it because it's administratively not worth it. If it only brought us in 200 grand before, I mean, that's a lot of manpower and collections and everything else.
Just to clarify, within our district charging, we would be okay charging without our district. Is that what people had said?
And that's what I was talking about at that high level. So if we were applying it to, say, O'Reilly's Acres and having busing available, but for a fee, that's different than within our district.
Then I would just ask regarding that aspect, since we're only talking about that one neighborhood, really, what about everyone else that open enrolls? Would we be interested in saying we would transport your student as well for a fee?
And how much are you gonna charge? If it comes out that Riley's Acres needs an entire route, are you gonna use a $60,000 route and divide that between 15 families?
I just think there's a lot of things, I guess yeah, and, well. So, we'll come up with some different scenarios and some different options for charging.
But it's, sorry, I've got to
Okay,
say something.
it sounds like there's a question that needs to be answered still. So, Robin?
So when we are paying for students, they're not paying towards our property taxes. And I think that's what anybody who is not within our district is kind of on a different formula than we are. So I think that keeping it clean is best. Do we charge them, or do they just need to get here on their own? It's the issue. And special needs come into play too, between the districts and.
Potentially, they could. There's tuition agreements on that side for that, so that's another conversation with the special ed piece. But, and I think that whole conversation and review is going to take time to look at as well. It's just very intricate.
Sure.
So on that note, how does that work? If you live in Riley's Acres and you open and roll into Fargo, where do your taxes go if you have the choice between Fargo and West Fargo?
Not to Fargo.
So they all go to West Fargo?
So right now, Fargo taxpayers are subsidizing Riley's Acres to come to our schools.
So, but why did that ever happen then? Why did we ever?
So, yes, so by accepting that open enrolled student, right, we're getting our payment for them. Let's say our net payment we actually get is about $8,000 for that student to attend. And if they're filling lower populated schools, potentially on the north side where there's room, right, that's kind of a win. But you have to weigh that against what's it costing us to transport those kids then. But I just come back to, we don't do it for any other open enrolled family in our district. And so if we're doing it for one, do we do it for all? Do we do it for none? Do we charge? We'll take a look at all that for you.
Thank you. All right, let's move on to number 4. It's almost 20 after 12.
Rebecca?
Yeah,
Yes.
and that's the boundary update.
Jim is on, right. Was that quick? Yeah. Okay, Jim has the floor, so to speak. I know Nikki has her mic on, but Jim, go ahead.
This is just going to be a 1-minute update. Planning's meeting tomorrow at noon. We took 13 scenarios, I think it was 13 that were given to Bob to work up. We broke them into 4 different areas or scenarios. Some of them were really designed to fill CBE. Some were really designed to fill up our capacity on our secondary buildings in North Fargo, North and Ben. Some were really designed as true feeder systems, and then there were a batch that I just called hybrids, because they couldn't be pigeonholed into one of those other 3. Individually, the members of planning team then ranked each of those 13 based upon the guiding principles in our long-range facility plan, and we have come up with the top rated one by planning in each of those categories. I then sat down with Bob to get more information on each of those, and he's working with the administrative team to develop the costs for each of those. Some include brick and mortar, for instance. That's getting worked out, as well as the number of families that are going to be impacted by each of these directly, although there'll be lots of indirect people impacted as well. We aren't going to probably have all of that data for tomorrow's planning meeting, but we'll have some of that. Our hope is that planning will be bringing forward at the second meeting in October our report on boundary changes. I don't think we're going to even attempt to narrow it down to one recommendation. We'll probably come back with a recommendation for each of the 4 identified scenarios for the board to discern which of those, if any of them, do we want to move forward with. So that's my update. And I'm not taking questions because we're adjourned.
That sounds good. Thank you, Jim. Christy, or excuse me, Nikki, you did have your mic on at one point. Was there one last thought?
Well, the one other thing I wanted to say is I don't want to see anybody collecting bus fees or tokens or pay per ride or anything like that. That's a nightmare. But like we have other fees, would it be feasible to entertain the idea that there's a certain amount that everybody pays, like a school fee, like an activity fee, like anything else that could be, instead of doing it a per ride thing? I'm just going to throw this out because I don't know what the numbers are, but like every year when you sign up for school, you pay $20 towards the busing fee.
Jim?
Don't think it would be legal.
That's what I was going to say as well.
So, but it's good to ask the question and to have the answer. All right, we will adjourn. It's 12:20, and tomorrow there's the planning meeting and our board meeting in the evening. Thank you.
Nikki, I only know because